Hello, and welcome to Education Science, your new favorite destination for immersive audiobook experiences. I'm so thrilled to have you here. If you're someone who loves to learn, explore new ideas, or simply get lost in a good story, you're in the right place. On this channel, we'll be diving into a wide range of audiobooks, from captivating science fiction to thought-provoking educational texts, and everything in between. So, grab your headphones, get comfortable, and let's embark on a journey of knowledge and imagination together. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button and ring the notification bell so you never miss a new audiobook adventure. Let's learn and discover something new, one audiobook at a time. Okay, I'm going to read a book by Loki Renard called A Difficult Patient, with me reading it to Andrew. Chapter 1. I hate doctors. Alyssa muttered the words over and over to herself like a mantra. The cut just above her knee on the left side of her lower thigh was still bleeding, but that annoyed her much less than the fact she'd been sitting in a little cubicle for almost an hour and a half without anything to do. In an attempt to stave off a complete brain meltdown, she'd used tongue depressors and bits of latex gloves to make little impromptu animal sculptures and line them up. On the bed, there were 3 dogs, a cat with 5 legs, and something she fancied was a spider, but really just looked like a mishmash of hospital supplies, which it was. The ER was relatively quiet on a weekday afternoon, but apparently that made no difference in how soon she was going to be seen. The sign at the end of the hall read, "Prompt care," but that was clearly a sick joke being played by a deviant mind. There was nothing prompt about the care Alyssa was receiving, or more to the point, not receiving. Sighing to herself, Alyssa stuck a tongue depressor into the middle finger of a latex glove. It amused her for all of a minute. This was what she got for trying to be healthy. She'd had her new mountain bike for all of a week, and now the front tire was crumpled and her body was bruised and battered, all because some idiot thought leaving broken bottle glass on the trail was a good idea. Just when Alyssa was certain everybody had forgotten about her, the curtain was twitched open and a nurse bustled in with a tray of medical thingies. She ignored the brilliant sculptures laid out around the patient. Presumably, it was not the first time she had seen such art. With the briefest of greetings, the woman reached for the blood pressure cuff on the wall and started trying to strap it around Alyssa's arm. What? No. Alyssa pulled her arm away sharply. My leg is bleeding. I need to take your blood pressure, and I need to take some blood so No. Alyssa interrupted her. You need to stop my leg bleeding so I can go home. The nurse's lips pursed along well-trammeled facial lines. Ma'am, please don't make this any more difficult than it needs to be. My blood pressure is fine, Alyssa said. I'm fine, except for the hole where the hole shouldn't be. I have things to do, so can we hurry this along a little? If you want to hurry things along a little, let me do my job. Alyssa did not like the nurse's tone, or the nurse's face. It looked like she made a career out of sucking lemons, all pinched and twisted up. Most people probably sat there and let themselves be turned into a human pincushion, but not Alyssa. She liked to avoid doctors and their ilk completely, if at all possible. She had been temporarily patched up and given something to take the edge off the pain, but nothing to take the edge off her impatience, which was growing by the second. Hospitals were tedious at the best of times, and this was not the best of times. Day off or not, work was piling up, and every minute she spent not doing it was another minute she was going to have to spend catching up. Mountain biking was the only recreation she got, not to mention the only thing that got her out of the city and into the outdoors. If it weren't for the sport, she would probably have forgotten what a tree looked like. Ma'am. No, Alyssa snapped. Either sew me up or let me go. The nurse left her little cubicle of tedium. Alyssa didn't know if that was a triumph or not. A moment later, she heard the nurse's voice raise. Call Dr. Wright. Code OTK. OTK. Alyssa wondered what that meant. Hopefully it meant they were hurrying things up to get her out of there. At least a doctor had finally been called, someone who might have the authority and expertise to get her Frankenstein back together. It was probably going to scar, knowing her. Luck. Sitting on the bed, she looked morosely at the curtain, willing the doctor get there already. A second later, her prayer was answered. The curtain twitched open once again, and a tall man in his mid-40s with dark hair, graying at the temples, and looks more appropriate to your average movie star, or at least daytime TV star, came striding in. He was good-looking, and not in a, oh, he's a doctor way that made every man in a white coat more attractive, but on his own, he would have looked handsome in a seedy alley. He had strong features, wide intelligent, eyes set above a long, straight nose. His mouth was also wide, but his lips were thin for being pressed together. His cheekbones were high, and his chin was narrow, giving him a somewhat hawkish appearance. Alyssa got the feeling that Dr. Wright didn't miss much. His stare was so penetrating that it threw her off for a minute, made her forget her impatience. What's the problem here? His tone strongly suggested that he wasn't going to tolerate the problem, whatever it was. The problem is there's a hole in my leg, and they keep messing with other parts of me, Alyssa said. I just want a leg fixed. You got a sewing kit or something? I'll do it myself. He gave her a long look, the longest anyone had given her since coming in. Everyone else had been too busy to give her much more than a cursory glance. Now that she thought about it, it wasn't really a look so much as a withering stare. Ma'am. Oh, Jesus, Mary, and Joseph, Alyssa snapped. My name is Alyssa. I'm not ma'am, or any other generic term you people use when you're trying to shove patients through in a production line. My name is Alyssa, she repeated, speaking slowly as if he were a simpleton. There's a hole in my leg, and if you won't stitch it up, then I'll leave and find someone else who will. Dr. Wright's look had not lost any of its intensity. He probably wasn't used to patients laying down the law. Most women probably swooned at his chiseled good looks and the way that dark lock of hair nearly fell into his eye like a lopsided Superman. Slide down off the bed for me, please, then turn around and put your hands on the mattress. Alyssa gave him a suspicious look before complying, but she did as he'd asked. Once she was in position, he lifted the hem of her hospital gown slightly, pulled back the tape and gauze covering the cut, and nodded. 3 or 4 stitches, likely. You'll be given them after the nurse takes your blood pressure, gets a sample of blood, and gives you a tetanus shot. Like hell. Alyssa. It was the first time he'd used her name. His deep baritone scent, shivers through her belly, made her feel as though there was some personal connection between them, even though they'd only just met. You need to settle down and do as you're told. The sentence simultaneously excited and annoyed her. Who was he to tell her to do as she was told? This is a hospital, she informed the doctor, and whether you like it or not, you're in the service industry. So you might want to dial back the unwanted medical procedures and try following my instructions. Dr. Wright looked down at her, unmoved and thoroughly unimpressed. Alyssa did not have time for the battle of wills they were engaging in. The day was slipping through her fingers. Is this how you normally speak to people from whom you need help? Oh, for God's sake. You probably deal with junkies and gang members half the time, Alyssa snapped. I'm sure you've heard worse than a reminder that the patient is in control. His lip twitched. You're in control, are you? I've been here for almost 2 hours, Alyssa said, ignoring his question. All I need is a stitch or two, and for some reason, you people seem to think that everyone else's world stops the moment they walk through the doors of this place. Well, newsflash, it doesn't. I have work to do, and unlike you lot, I actually intend on doing it. She had not intended to unload on the handsome doctor in quite so spectacular a fashion, but a certain amount of drama came naturally to Alyssa, and her frustration levels had reached an all-time high. It didn't help that she was hungry and hurt. Dr. Wright put his hand on her shoulder, and for a moment she thought he was actually going to treat her. Instead, he brought his other hand down in a sweeping swat that culminated in a harsh connection with her rear. Ow! She squealed in outrage, surprise, and discomfort. What the hell was that? She put her hand to her bottom and glared at him, entirely outraged by his nerve. He'd slapped her backside as if she were, well, she didn't know what she had to have been to make that okay. His possession in some age-long past, perhaps. Certainly not a modern woman who expected to be treated like an equal. Certainly not a patient. Spread your legs a little. The order was gruff, almost sexual. What? I need to take your temperature. He put his hand on the back of her shoulders and gently pressed her face and upper body toward the bed. She felt him tug her panties down to her thighs, and a second later, she was left with her bare bottom exposed to the stern doctor, who seemed to have no qualms about treating her like a naughty girl. She didn't spread her legs immediately, but that didn't stop him proceeding with his treatment. She felt one hand on her left cheek, and then a second later, she was squirming on her tiptoes as he pressed a dollop of cool lubricant against her bottom hole. Blushing furiously, Alyssa couldn't believe what was happening. His fingertips stayed against her tight, clenching bud for what seemed like a long time, pressing and swirling in a way that sent shocks zipping through her nervous system all the way from her bottom to her toes and back again. In one swift movement, he had made her completely submissive to him. A foreign experience for Alyssa. His hand moved away for a second, but swiftly returned with a thermometer. Before she could complain, he slipped it inside her bottom, the cool shaft penetrating her almost casually. Still shocked out of speech, Alyssa squirmed. It earned her another swat. Stay still, he said, feeding it inside her a little deeper. Against all logic, Alyssa had to bite back a small moan. The slim but hard intrusion, along with the residual sting from the doctor's swats, had left her at the mercy of her physical reactions. There was no script for being bent over a bed, spanked, and penetrated by a complete stranger. He was holding the thermometer in place between two fingers, the tips of which were incredibly close to other intimate areas of her anatomy. A little wriggle one way or another, and he'd be petting her pussy. She knew it. Shouldn't make her feel anything. It was just clinical, but that did nothing to stop the sudden tingling in her clit. She pressed forward against the bed to get a little pressure there, perhaps relieve it. All it did was leave her subtly trying to hump a hospital mattress while the tall, handsome man behind her with the adept fingers slid the thermometer in a little deeper, and then out a little, and then in a little deeper. The movement was so subtle that she wasn't entirely certain it was happening at all, but if it was, then she was to all intents and purposes having more than her temperature taken. Her bottom hole had become his territory. You're hot-headed, he said, slowly easing the thermometer out. But you don't have a temperature, so that's something. Alyssa regained sole custody of her bottom, and with it, a growing sense of outrage. He slapped her bottom again. You can stand up, he said. The nurse will be in to do blood pressure and get a blood sample. And will my leg actually get the attention it needs at any point? Or are you just going to stick things in me and suck things out of me until I get bored and go home? She turned around, the tingling between her thighs only serving to make her more abrasive for knowing that there was no way she'd get release. Bad enough to be hurt. She didn't need to be horny on top of it. You're 26 years old, Alyssa, Dr. Wright lectured. Act your age and let the nurses do their job, or I'll be back to finish the spanking. Alyssa's jaw dropped. You can't do that. I'll report you. I'll do as you like, he said implacably. If I don't see a sample and blood pressure readings by the time I return, we'll do this again. Shocked and frustrated, Alyssa could only watch as he turned and walked out, leaving her with a stinging cheek and wounded pride. Ready for the rest of the examination? The nurse appeared a moment later. She didn't look pinched anymore. She looked pleased. She'd probably heard everything that happened through the curtain. There was more privacy in the average changing room than in her little cubicle of cloth. No, Alyssa said crossly. I'm ready to file a complaint. This is a violation. I'll get Dr. Wright. The nurse dropped the curtain. Scowling at the place where the nurse had been, Alyssa decided she'd had enough. Hole or no hole, she was going home. She probably didn't actually need stitches anyway. Gathering her discarded clothes, Alyssa pushed back the curtain. She'd had enough of this ridiculous carry-on. They were going to be sorry they'd messed with her. Once they realized who she was and what she did, there was going to be absolute hell to pay. Dr. Wright was not far away, tending to another patient in another cloth cubby. Alyssa stormed past him, her clothes in one hand, the other holding her injured leg. She thought he hadn't noticed her, but at the last moment he spun on his heel, reached out, and grabbed her by the arm holding the clothes. He looked down his nose at her, clearly irritated by her non-compliance. "What do you think you're doing? Leaving? Go back to your bed, Ms. Winters, and wait for the nurse." "No," Alyssa snapped. "I'm not waiting another minute. You had your chance now, ow." He'd swatted her again, his powerful hand catching the curve of her cheek in a hard smack. He'd done it in front of all the nurses and the patients, too, further multiplying her embarrassment. "How dare you?" Alyssa squealed as he repeated the treatment, swatting her with enough force to make her backside tingle long after his palm left it. "Back to your bed, Alyssa," he repeated, swatting her along the way. She limped and squealed all the way back to the cubicle at the end of the hall, sustaining several more swats as she did. "You can't do this," she said, wresting her arm out of his grasp and swatting him back. She made contact with his chest, hit the hard plane, and realized where the spanking power was coming from. He was all muscle, under that medical coat. She drew her hand back again, this time planning to slap him right across his self-satisfied face. "Don't even think about it," he growled, stilling her hand with the force of his personality alone. "You made enough of a scene as it is. If you don't settle down, I'll have you put in restraints." Alyssa laughed harshly. "Oh yeah? Do that and see what happens. Just try it." Part of her hoped he would try something so stupid she would sue the lights out of him if he did. Hell, she was already planning on suing him for what he'd done so far. Dr. Wright pulled the curtain closed behind them, swept up the hem of her gown, and laid a hard slap right across her panty-clad rear. Alyssa's squeal of outrage turned to concern as she realized there was a very real chance he was going to keep swatting her if she didn't give in. "Stop it. Are you ready to behave yourself?" Sit down." Two little words, but they fell from Dr. Wright's lips with enough authority to make her obey from reflex alone. She sat, hauling herself back up onto the bed, which was too damn high for anyone of normal height to just sit down on. She and the doctor both scowled, sizing one another up. "Nurse," he said, still eyeballing Alyssa. "Check the patient's blood pressure, please." The nurse must have been just outside, for she came in and put the cuff around Alyssa's arm. Alyssa would have pulled away, but she was being nailed to the spot by a hard gaze that brooked no movement, let alone argument. She squirmed as it made the puff-puff sound, getting tighter as it was inflated. She did not like the sensation at all. Far too tight, far too restrictive. It made her feel as if she couldn't breathe, even though it was just on her arm. 140/101, the nurse read. "That's high," Dr. Wright noted. "Of course it's high. You're bullying me. I think it has more to do with your fear of doctors than being bullied," he said, nodding to the nurse. "Thank you, Nurse Witz. I'm not afraid of doctors," Alyssa denied hotly, hiding her relief as the cuff was removed from her arm. The doctor opened a file and glanced at her over the top of it. "I pulled your medical history. Aside from vaccinations, you haven't seen a doctor for most of your life. Why is that?" "I'm healthy. There's no way to know that with this many examinations missed. You've come in presenting with hypertension and irritability. There could be any number of underlying conditions." "The underlying condition," Alyssa said, gritting her teeth, "is that you're looking for a way to pad your bill. Now treat me and let me go, or I'm going anyway." "You need stitches and a shot at the very least," he informed her. "And you'll need a follow-up visit." "Fine. Give me the stitches and the shot. Nothing else." "2 shots technically," he corrected himself. "One for the tetanus. The other is a local anesthetic for the stitches." "Ugh," Alyssa grunted. "Just do the thing already." "Do the thing," he repeated. "If you'd been content for us to do the thing in the first place, you'd likely have been out of here by now." Alyssa glowered at him darkly. But then you wouldn't have had the opportunity to assault me. That wasn't assault, he said, donning rubber gloves. That was a fraction of the spanking you deserve for carrying on like this. He didn't sound mad anymore. His cheek was dimpling, and if anything, he seemed a little amused by the whole situation. Oh, it was funny for him, all right. He wasn't the one on the wrong end of the pointy things. He wasn't the one whose bottom was stinging because of a frankly unprecedented approach to medical care. A nurse came in bearing a tray full of suturing equipment. Alyssa blanched. She would rather have fallen onto an iron girder again than be sewed up like a rag doll. It was all so barbaric. How the heck was it 2014 and yet doctors were still sewing patients up? Surely there should be sticky lasers or something by now. She recoiled without thinking about it, ending up down the far end of the bed, pressed against the wall. Just lie back and relax, the doctor said. This won't take a couple of minutes, and you won't feel anything past the first prick. That's what he said, Alyssa muttered under her breath. There was an answering snort. Against all odds, Dr. Slappy Hands seemed to have gotten the joke. She glanced over at him and saw the handsome smirk twisting his lips, which made her heart skip a beat. He was hot, but that didn't mean she forgave him for what he'd done. He'd manhandled her, and he'd completely ignored her right as a free and independent woman to do as she liked when she liked. Dr. Wright clearly thought he was above the law. She couldn't wait to prove him wrong on that count. Lie down, he repeated. Do I have to? She didn't want to lie down. Animal instinct was telling her to stay erect, stay ready to run away. Lying down was the last thing she wanted to do. It's pretty much the only way I can suture that cut, he said. He was being a little nicer now. He patted the bed with his long, elegant hand, the same one that had slapped her bottom earlier. Come on now. Alyssa knew she was being silly, and she was glad none of her associates could see her. If they could see hard-nosed Alyssa Winters practically whimpering in a corner, they would have laughed all day and all night. Reluctantly, Alyssa moved to lie down, feelings of intense vulnerability making her tummy quiver as the doctor loomed over her. He'd pulled a stool close and sat down next to her, but he was so tall he still had a good amount of height. Good, he said, the little word making her smile. This won't take long. She closed her eyes as his glove-covered hand touched her injured leg, gently pushing the cheap hospital gown up. There was an undeniable intimacy to the moment, which seemed completely out of place under fluorescent lights and with the scent of sanitizer in the air. Relax, he instructed, as if it were just that simple to relax when you were about to get sewn up. Alyssa tried, breathing deeply, but it didn't work very well. Her chest was so tight that getting even a little air in was a struggle. There was a cool, wet sensation as he swabbed near the wound, then a slight pinching sensation, then she felt nothing. A second or two later, announced that the first part was done. We'll give you a few minutes to numb up, he said, then the stitching can begin. Can't wait, Alyssa said dully. Having submitted to the process, she could do nothing but wait for it to be over. Her but cheek was still stinging, a distracting outrage that made things a little easier to deal with. He'd slapped her. The man making casual conversation had slapped her. If he thought he was going to get away with that, he had another thing coming, but she'd let him finish putting her back together before addressing that issue. So, this was a cycling accident? Yeah, she said, glancing over at him. Were you wearing a helmet? I was, she said, just barely avoiding the impulse to roll her eyes. Good. Glad you take care of yourself in some respects, if not others. He was judging her, which Alyssa thought was a bit much, considering she was in good shape, ate well enough, and did a reasonable amount of exercise. Just because I don't run to a doctor every time I have a sniffle doesn't mean that I don't take care of myself. You're a very long way overdue for a lot of basic health checks, he informed her. You haven't had a gynecological exam, for instance. Alyssa felt herself blush as the conversation took an unexpected turn. Wah, I just stitched my leg already. It's important, he insisted. You should have been getting them, since you became sexually active at the very latest. Who says I'm sexually active? At 26, most people are. Yeah, well, maybe I'm not most people. And maybe you should. Mind your own business. I'm your treating physician, he reminded her. Your health is my business. Alyssa took a deep breath and sighed in annoyance. The man really did have some sort of God complex. The fact that she was in his domain seemed to give him almost endless power, enabling him to say things nobody else could and do things nobody else would. Your job is to fix my leg and leave the rest of me out of it. She folded her arms over her chest and stared at the ceiling. He had thoroughly embarrassed her with his comments about intimate exams, so much so that it was a moment or two before she realized that he was starting to sew her leg up. It didn't hurt in the slightest. It felt more like she was being tugged on a little. Almost done, he announced a few minutes later, having stitched the cut and covered it with sanitary bandages. It felt tight and strange, but it was better than having her insides seeping to the outside. She was whole again. One final shot, he announced. Stand up carefully and bend over. The bed, please. No, Alyssa refused, figuring he was planning on sticking a needle in her buttock. She'd had enough pain and humiliation for one day, and she'd shown her ass enough too. Just give it to me in my arm. This isn't a negotiation, he replied. Do as you're told. Do as she was told? Alyssa found the idea repulsive on the face of it. She did not do as she was told, certainly not as she was told by arrogant doctors wanting to use her bottom as a pincushion. No, she said boldly. I'm not someone to be ordered around. I'm your patient, not your damn servant. You do as you're told and give me the shot of my arm. Dr. Wright sighed, looked briefly to the ceiling where he found no solace, then back down at her. Do you enjoy being tiresome? Do you enjoy being overbearing? She sat up and presented her arm. Someone really should give you a damn good spanking, he said, rubbing her arm briefly with a fresh swab. Someone should report you for unprofessional behavior, she shot back. You hit me, and your threats are basically sexual harassment. There's nothing sexual about what I'm talking about, he said, grimly. Just a good old-fashioned spanking to teach you how to behave. Alyssa cut her eyes at him. It's not your place to tell me how I should behave. It's your place to shut up and provide medical treatment. She'd crossed the line from irate to rude, but she didn't care. The last thing she needed was a lecture from her doctor. Relax your arm, or this will hurt. I thought you wanted to hurt me. Not medically, he said, giving her arm a little shake. Seriously, relax. You made me tense, she growled. How am I supposed to relax when you're telling me I deserve to be hit? Spanked, not hit, he said. I see you weren't disciplined in the past, along with not getting much in the way of medical care. It's the same thing. It's not. Hitting is what someone does when they're frustrated, to hurt someone else. Spanking is a way to teach someone a lesson so that they remember the consequences. He said it matter-of-factly, as if he were discussing some kind of pill or medical treatment. Are you sure you're a doctor? Alyssa cocked her head to the side. And if so, did you qualify this century? Because the words coming out of your mouth sound like something straight out of Victorian England. Next, you'll be telling me bare table legs and flame your ardor. Mocking him was easier than shrinking in shame at all the talk of spanking. He was probably saying it to subdue her, but Alyssa had never been easily subdued, and she wasn't going to start just because an attractive doctor made empty threats. Her cell phone rang. She answered it, glad for a reason to stop talking about whether or not she should be spanked. It was her boss on the line, Joyce Winstead of Winstead and Heath. Just as she answered, the doctor took the opportunity to jab her with a needle. She gave him an irritated look, but managed to keep from yelping out loud. Alyssa, where are you? It doesn't matter, Joyce said, interrupting herself. There's a case. Alyssa stopped listening to what Joyce was saying because Dr. Wright had his hands on her knees and was spreading them. She offered no resistance, curious as to what he had planned. There was no way he could perform a pelvic at the angle she was sitting, plus her panties were protecting her. He glanced up at her, then back at her pantied crotch. She looked down and saw what he was seeing, a spreading wetness of arousal. That's an atypical reaction to stitches or stress in general, he said. Lie back. I need to examine you further. Alyssa's eyes widened. She would have loved to have gotten off the phone, or at least told Joyce that she was indisposed, but Joyce was talking. And Alyssa would no more have interrupted her boss than interrupted the Pope. She had to settle for hitting the mute button for a moment. There's nothing atypical about that, she hissed. You don't need to examine anything. You've never had a pelvic, and you're showing signs of excessive lubrication in the vaginal region, he said. It could be a cause for concern. It's not, she insisted. Joyce was saying something about something. It was probably important. Alyssa only just caught the tail end of what she was saying. Don't fuck it up. The line went dead. Joyce was one of the very few people she'd happily take orders from. The woman had been one of the first female partners in a major Massachusetts law firm back in the day, and she was still formidable, though well into her 60s. There wasn't anyone, man or woman, at Winstead and Heath who didn't respect and fear Joyce. Alyssa had never met anyone who compared to her, until perhaps now. Dr. Wright seemed just as inimitably formidable, though he was not nearly as abrasive. Breathing a sigh of relief, Alyssa gave her full attention to the doctor, whose hand was now for all intents and purposes between her thighs. Her clit was starting to throb again, the muscles in her lower belly contracting as she tried not to give away what was happening. With the doctor's gaze locked on her loins, that was a losing battle. It's not. It's because their eyes met, and he saw what she meant written in her gaze. Lie back, Alyssa. He spoke in a low purr. Slowly she obeyed, caught in a spell of her need. The rules of the ordinary world had been suspended as he pushed the gown up above her panty line and let his hand rest directly over her mount. He stood beside her, looking down at her with hooded eyes as his fingertips brushed over her pantied pussy in a touch that was not clinical as much as a caress. Stimulation can often lead to lubrication, he murmured, especially in cases where there has been limited contact. Have you been lacking in the stimulation department? He had no idea just how lacking she was. He was the first man to touch her therein, well, in almost forever. Alyssa never had much time for men in between going to law school and then being employed. Her priority had always been her career, and she had never been one for casual encounters. This was something different. This was something she found herself wanting more than anything else. The rules didn't seem to apply to Dr. Wright. She could already tell that he did what he wanted without fear of consequences, and yet, oddly, he had a serious air of authority about him too. In that moment, with his hand on the most intimate part of her body, stoking an illicit fire that she so rarely allowed to burn, she wanted him to push her panties aside and plunge his fingers inside her. She wanted him to treat her like the wanton she so suddenly felt she was. It was harmless, after all. She'd probably never see this doctor again. Why shouldn't she take some pleasure where she found it? From the moment he'd laid his hands on her, she'd felt something she'd never felt before, an attraction more powerful than any little crush she'd had in the past. We really should do a full pelvic, he said, his tone lingering like his fingers. The notion made her nervous for a variety of reasons, but what he was doing in that moment dispelled any immediate concern. She wanted more. She wanted a climax against his hand. To hell with the consequences. Can't you examine me this way? He raised a brow at her. I was right about you, he purred. You're a very naughty girl. His words might have held some censure, but his fingers were moving. In a slow, intimate massage of her most sensitive spot, his fingers trailed up and around the throbbing butt of her clit, then down to press at the panty covered entrance to her body. Is that your medical opinion? What I recommend for you is a strict course of very firm handling, he said, sliding his glove-clad fingers to the gusset of her panties. He pushed them aside, leaving her moist lips bare to his gaze. It's obvious that you're trouble. She had to silently disagree with him again. Alyssa was a good girl, from way back, or at least she thought she was. She'd certainly never been described as trouble before. It was an interesting experience to be a bad girl. She was starting to think she liked it. Just to be clear, she said with a playful smile. What's happening now, this is sexual, isn't it? It's a perfectly legitimate examination of your genitals, the doctor insisted with an equally playful smile in return. Good God, he was handsome. When he smiled, his cheek dimpled and her heart melted. He still seemed like an arrogant ass, but he was an arrogant ass who was now running his glove-clad fingers over her exposed pussy with the same alacrity a maestro might use to play a violin. Alyssa felt her lower stomach muscles clench as pleasure began to spiral out from the butt of her clit and flood the rest of her body. He'd barely touched her, and she was ready to come on his hand. You have an excellent sexual response, he murmured softly, letting his fingers brush over her clit. Her hips jolted at the direct touch, and she was forced to bite back a moan. Your cheeks and chest are becoming flushed, he informed her in that soft purr. Your nipples are erect, and your labia are engorged. Clinical terms had never been so arousing. Alyssa's muscles clenched, even tighter as her hips began to rock back and forth against his hand. She struggled to meet his gaze as he let her rub against him, her clit rubbing up against his fingers in a wet back-and-forth motion that left her so close to orgasm she could already feel it fizzing through her veins. Good girl, he murmured. That's it, a little more. He was encouraging her to come, coaching her through the most unexpected and vulnerable orgasm of her life. His words were what put her over the edge, sent her pulse racing and her blood pressure skyrocketing as she bore down against his hand and clamped her thighs close together as shamelessly as a harem girl. The orgasm was the most intense she'd ever experienced, a rushing, buzzing confusion that left her weak and limp on the bed, covered in a light sheen of fresh sweat as Dr. Wright petted her between her thighs and murmured words of praise. That was very good, Alyssa, he said. You're exceptionally responsive. Breathing deeply, Alyssa tried to force some sense into her head. She didn't have to try too hard. In the aftermath of her orgasm, she regained access to the higher faculties of her brain. It was then she reached a full realization of what she'd just done. Oh my God, she said, covering her face with both hands. Down below, the doctor was settling her panties neatly back over her pussy. He gave a soft, approving pat to her mound before pulling the gown back down. Relax, he said. You clearly needed that. Maybe you'll be able to relax a little now. So that was a therapeutic orgasm. Alyssa spread her fingers slightly to peer through the gap. There's a long history of orgasms being used medically, Dr. Wright said. The practice has fallen out of favor over the years, but that doesn't mean it's not valid. So, you commonly give your patients orgasms? Even the men? He chuckled. No, this was somewhat experimental. Alyssa didn't know if that was true. He'd taken such immediate and total control of her. She couldn't imagine him not having the same effect on other women. Oh, how the good Dr. Wright must be getting laid. But I'm not the only patient you've tried to hit. She probed a little further, looking for the truth she was sure must lie behind his modest claims. Actually, you're the first I've swatted, he said, removing his gloves. You're telling me I'm the worst patient you've ever had? Alyssa snorted. That can't be true. Not the worst, no, he admitted, but the most in dire need of immediate discipline and orgasm. I don't believe that either, Alyssa replied, taking refuge in argument. You probably treat criminals all the time. You're telling me that I deserve it more than they would. You're a grown woman who came in here throwing a tantrum, he said, giving her that look halfway between serious and amused. If it weren't for the hole in your leg, I might very well have taken you over my knee. There was a sparkle in his eye that made it hard to tell if he was serious or not, but one part of the puzzle slid into place. The nurse had said OTK, over the knee. OTK, you have a secret language for punishing patients. Not typically, no, he explained, but I do handle the more difficult cases. OTK is usually a joke, lightens the mood, helps keep the staff stress levels down when entitled patients are making their lives a living hell. I wasn't. Alyssa, the woman you were sniping at, is on her second 8-hour shift in a row. She stopped for one meal, and she's been on her feet since before you woke up this morning. Today, she's dealt with dying people, distraught families, and more bodily fluids than you can possibly imagine. You made her job a lot more difficult than it needed to be by refusing the simplest of instructions and demanding she not follow protocol, which would make her open to one of your lawsuits. Dr. Wright didn't look in the slightest bit amused anymore. He was giving her a scathing lecture the likes of which she'd not received in a very long time. He'd not raised his voice one bit, which somehow made the whole thing worse. The orgasm was a distant dream, lost in the lecture. Nurses don't enjoy the same protections doctors do, he continued. If she doesn't follow protocol and someone makes a serious complaint, she can be fired immediately. And that's what you wanted, for her to break the rules she has to follow so that you could avoid the medical treatment you very much needed. Be glad that this is a hospital and that I am your doctor. If this were any other circumstance, you bet your bottom you'd be over my knee right this minute, getting the spanking of a lifetime. I'm sorry, Alyssa said, fidgeting. She didn't like being lectured, but she had the sense to know when she was hearing the truth. Really, she'd known at the time that she was out of line, but her temper had gotten the better of her. Besides, her real beef was with the doctor, not the nurse. If you're really sorry, apologize to the nurse. I will. Alyssa heard her voice small and subdued. The lecture had really gotten her, much like the spanking, much like everything about the overbearing doctor who somehow seemed to be in control of everything. Where she was concerned. Nurse Wits, Dr. Wright called. The nurse bustled in, a faintly harassed look on her face. This time, Alyssa didn't see a pinched-looking mean nurse. Instead, she saw the tired droop of her shoulders and eyelids, the cracking of foundation failing after a long day of work. I'm sorry I wasn't a better patient for you, she said, trying not to squirm as Dr. Wright's eyes bored into her. I'm sorry I made your job harder. Thank you, Nurse Witz said. Does that mean you're ready for your blood draw? A bolt of panic shot through Alyssa. She'd forgotten about that entirely. In a second, all her contrition evaporated. There was no way they were going to suck blood out of her through one of their vampiric needles. I'll do the draw, Dr. Wright said. You take a break. The nurse did not argue with that. She departed quickly with a grateful smile at the doctor. I don't want a blood draw, Alyssa said, trying not to whine or be petulant. Dr. Wright was already putting fresh gloves on. Actually, you need a blood draw and a pelvic. May as well do it all. While we have you here, Lord only knows when you'll put yourself in a doctor's clutches again. But you don't want it. I know, he said, the warmth returning to his voice. None of this is going to hurt, I promise. But Alyssa whimpered the word. Just lie back down and we'll do the bloods. Bloods? Plural? It's not actually all that much, he said. You won't notice it, I promise. I already bled today, she pointed out. What if you take too much? I assure you I won't. The quirk of the dimple in his cheek told her that he thought it was funny, but it wasn't funny at all to her. I don't think I can let you do this. You just got 3 stitches put in your leg, he pointed out. You can handle one little needle. Nope. She shook her head and reached for the bag where she'd stowed her clothes. Nope, nope, nope. Alyssa, sit your bottom back down this instant. The order was resonant, deep, and confident, and it didn't work. She wanted what blood she had remaining to stay in her body. She stood up and started pulling out her biking clothes, ready to put them on. Before she could get all that far, the doctor caught her by the arm and gently pulled her between his thighs. Stop it, he said, looking up at her. This is all necessary, and you've put it off long enough. She looked down at him, her stomach churning with more than just nerves. There was a connection between them. She could feel him more strongly than the physical tug of his hand. But it didn't matter. She wasn't going to let him suck blood out of her, and she certainly wasn't going to part her thighs and let him poke around in her nether regions again. She'd allowed him to masturbate her to orgasm. God only knew what she'd do if he had her. In stirrups. Lie back down, he ordered. I don't want you fainting. I don't want to do this at all, she said, squirming. And I don't have to either. You don't have to, but you should. Why don't you let me make this easy for you? He was making it easy, she supposed. It wasn't as if she was going to find another doctor she instinctively trusted more anytime soon. There wasn't going to be another doctor whose touch made her pulse race and her loins tingle and half a dozen other thoroughly indecent physical responses. And there definitely wasn't going to be another doctor who made her do what she needed to do. Reluctantly, Alyssa sat back down on the bed and slowly laid out flat. She couldn't quite believe that she was acquiescing to his demands. Was it just because he was hot? She didn't think so. Maybe it was because her cheek was still stinging from the touch of his palm. He'd branded her from the outset with a tangible reminder of his authority, and it appeared to be addling her brain. Good girl, he said, his voice warm with unfettered praise. Now put your arm out. That's right, try to relax. He applied a strap above her elbow, even tighter than the blood pressure cuff had been. She closed her eyes tightly to avoid seeing anything that might make her stomach churn any more than it already was. She was scared. Dr. Wright might be a capable doctor, but there wasn't anyone or anything that could make her feel better at the prospect of having a needle plunged. Alyssa. His voice interrupted her spiraling, panicked thoughts in a tone that was strong but soft. It's all right. Just breathe. I'm breathing, she said, her voice tight. If I wasn't breathing, none of this would be necessary. Does arguing make you feel better about things? She felt him stroke the back of her hand for a moment. It was a casual touch, nothing untoward, but she felt as though he had just caressed her very soul. Everything he did affected her deeply, confusing her in the process. Maybe getting hurt in the accident had released some hormones or something. Maybe that was why she was having a hard time controlling her reactions to him. Somewhere in the midst of her confusion, she felt a stinging prick on the inside of her elbow, then nothing else for a minute or three. Right, said. That's done. It is. She lifted her head in surprise. That's it. MHM. See how easy that was. He pressed a cotton swab to the point where the needle had gone in and taped it over, his hands warm against her skin even through medical gloves. Alyssa sat up. She was feeling a little lightheaded, but otherwise fine. Well, that wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be. That's because you've let your fears build up out of proportion, Dr. Wright surmised. But you were a brave girl. Alyssa tried to hide her blush. It was a little compliment, nothing to get giddy over. So why couldn't she hold back her smile? He smiled back and patted her knee, ready to round things out. Have that pelvic. Alyssa's blush grew deeper. There was no way in Mary Hades that was going to happen. I really have to get going. Her phone rang again. She answered it immediately, grateful yet again for the interruption. It was Joyce. Again. Alyssa, did you get to Memorial General yet? Joyce ignored her stammering. If you can't get there, let me know, and I'll assign someone else to the case. I'm here. Alyssa burst out. I'm here already. Oh, Joyce said. Good. She hung up, apparently satisfied with the answer. Alyssa had no idea how she'd missed the words Memorial General on Joyce's first call. The case was at the very hospital she was already at. She must have been completely distracted. I really have to go, she said. My boss is going to fire me if I don't get to work. I'll schedule a pelvic for you later in that case. Don't bother, Alyssa said, waving the suggestion away. It's all fine down there. You wouldn't know if it was or wasn't, Dr. Wright said. I can find a female gynecologist if it's modesty or comfort you're concerned with. It's not. Alyssa felt heat rising to her face. No excuses, young lady, he said firmly. You need a thorough examination. Alyssa felt a fresh and entirely inadvertent trickle of moisture between her lips. In spite of everything, she was becoming aroused again at the idea of him spreading her thighs and baring her private parts he would then touch with his talented hands. She took a deep breath and squeezed her thighs together, feeling little jolts of electricity shooting through her nether regions. I need a lot of things, she said, but right now I need to get back to work, which is why I said I'd schedule one, Dr. Wright repeated. Well, I'm very busy, so too busy to take care of yourself? Are you too busy to brush your teeth in the morning? No. Then you're not too busy. Are you saying having someone poke around down there is like brushing my teeth? Because it's not the same thing. Not even close. I'm saying it's just as important, Dr. Wright insisted, his dark gaze traveling over her from head to toe and back again. You need to make an appointment for a full physical. I'll be following up on you, Miss Winters. You do that, she said, easing off the bed. I'm going to get dressed now and see if I still have a job. To her surprise, he nodded and acquiesced. I'll let you get changed. If 15 minutes earlier someone had told her she'd be sad to see the doctor who smacked her bottom go, she would have thought them completely crazy, but there was a definite pang as he stepped outside the curtain. Turning her mind back to business, Alyssa realized that she was in some difficulty. She'd come to hospital in spandex, perfect for cycling, but not exactly appropriate business attire. Even less appropriate was the hospital gown she was wearing. There was nothing for it. She was going to have to drive home, get changed, and come back. As she dressed, she discovered that her leg was an awkward inconvenience, but it wasn't causing her much in the way of pain. Careful on that, Dr. Wright said as she emerged from the cubicle. Limited physical activity for at least a week, and don't get it wet for at least a day, preferably 2. Come back to get the stitches checked in 1 week. You can probably have them out in 2, less if you follow my instructions, which I'm betting you won't, as you clearly never do as you're told. He winked, softening the final statement. Alyssa didn't have time to argue or flirt. She slow-walked long, enough to get out of his sight, then made a mad dash to sign out and get to her car, followed by a frustrating drive home in slow traffic and a quick change into more appropriate attire. Some people might have been mad at being called to work on their day off, but this was no ordinary occurrence. This had big break written all over it. Alyssa had been at the firm 3 years, and in that time she had done a lot of busy work, sat in on a few cases, and tried a few small ones of her own. She'd certainly never been allowed near a major corporate client on her own before. This was her chance to prove that she could handle a full case load by herself, and it was likely the only chance she'd get. Joyce Winstead was known for her harsh, unyielding approach to associates. You got your chance and you either made it or you didn't. Pulling into the parking spot outside her condo, Alyssa half-fast hopped, half-awkwardly limped up the stairs to her place. It was nicely furnished, but covered in all manner of clothes and dishes and such. There wasn't a lot of time in her life for cleaning. Frank, her Persian overlord, stretched and mewled as she came in the door. Don't even ask, she said. He didn't. Alyssa made her way into her bedroom, to the closet where a few clean clothes were hanging. After thanking whatever domestic deity was responsible for ensuring overworked lawyers had neat blouses already ironed, she limped into the bathroom and cleaned herself up a bit. There wasn't time for a shower, nor was she supposed to get her stitches wet. A washcloth soon got the little streaks and smears of dirt off her face and limbs and swept away the clinging odor that came from physical exertion. Taking a moment to brush her hair out, she looked herself over in the mirror. She saw the same responsible, mature woman staring back at her that she always did. Her brown hair fell in a neat bob around her cheeks, framing her face. There was nothing particularly remarkable about her, she thought. Brown hair, brown eyes, a face that wasn't ugly or pretty, but just sort of there. Makeup made her look more professional, but it didn't transform her into a wild beauty. That was actually quite the advantage in her line of work. Where stayed, respectable people won the day more often than not. Looking at herself from an outsider's perspective, she seemed safe and trustworthy. That was the goal, to make a multi-million-dollar corporation want to put itself in her hands. Satisfied with her appearance, Alyssa drove back to the hospital, feeling much more in control. The second time walking into the hallowed halls was much more empowering. The hospital had been built at the turn of the century, and though it was thoroughly modern on the inside, from the exterior it could equally have been a grand mansion or a school for wizards. It was large and impressive, stone facades towering high into the sky. The administration area spoke to grandiose importance and huge influxes of cash. Winstead and Heath would soon be sharing in some of that wealth if she played her cards right. Alyssa was soon meeting her newest client. The administrator was a charming woman by the name of Dr. Blair Sherry. Her professional blonde coif was something to behold, short and feathered with a significant amount of lift that gave the illusion of several extra inches in height. "Nice to meet you, Alyssa," she said after Alyssa introduced herself. "We're very grateful you could make it on such short notice. Unfortunately, we have the complainant more or less camped out in the conference room." "It's my pleasure," Alyssa said, smiling. "What seems to be the problem?" She took a seat and broke out her legal pad and best found pen for the taking of notes. A good pen was essential to getting ahead at Winstead and Heath, where one was judged on every part of one's presentation, writing. Instruments included. Hector Bluth is a medical nuisance attorney who recently set his sights on this hospital, Dr. Sherry explained. He has been cited, propositioning several patients post-discharge in hopes of getting a case. Easier to wait where the ambulances pull up than actually chase them, Alyssa noted dryly. Precisely. The little parasite has managed to find himself a client, willing to take action against one of our doctors, Dr. Sherry continued. The accusation seems baseless on its face, but Mr. Bluth is quite adept at twisting facts and making compelling arguments out of nothing. Lawyers tended to do that, but good lawyers didn't need to snag clients directly out of hospitals. Alyssa had no doubt she would be a match for Mr. Bluth. "I think it would be best to meet with the doctor in question and establish the facts of the case before meeting with the complainant," Alyssa said. "Is the doctor available?" Blair Sherry nodded, her hair barely moving with emotion. It was more like architecture than hair, really. Alyssa was quite impressed and, indeed, taken with Blair Sherry. The woman was not that much older than herself, mid-30s perhaps, and she ran an entire hospital. Alyssa resolved, then and there, not to let either Joyce Winstead or Blair Sherry down. One day, she might join their ranks as a professional respected throughout her chosen profession. "I'll send for him directly," Administrator Sherry said. "There's a spare office you can work from just through that door." She pointed an elegant finger toward a heavy oak portal to the side of her office. "Give me a moment, and I'll make sure you have all the paperwork you need." Thanking Dr. Sherry, Alyssa gathered her things and proceeded to the office in question. It was empty aside from two chairs sitting adjacent, a refined coffee table. Not so much an office as an interview room, really. A knock at the door got her attention. "Come in." The door opened, and a very familiar figure made an appearance. Tall, dark, handsome, Dr. Wright. He was even more handsome the second time around. Now that he was sans white coat, she got a fuller sense of the breadth, strength, and sheer hardness of his body. He definitely worked out, because the Argyle sweater he was wearing should have made him look like a geek, and instead he made it look like something a superhero might wear. While undercover, the planes of his pecs were easy to see under the knit, drawing her gaze away from his face only momentarily. The proper way to greet a client was to look them in the eye, shake their hand firmly, and verbalize a warm but professional welcome. "Alyssa did none of those things." "You," she said. "I suppose I shouldn't be surprised at you being sued, given your propensity to slap patients." "Only the ones who truly deserve it," he said, completely unfazed as he slung himself into the chair next to her with what could only be described as a rakish grin. "How's the leg?" Before Alyssa could answer, another tap at the door announced the arrival of a secretary clutching a thin stack of papers. Alyssa thanked her and briefly read them, noting that Dr. Wright's first name was Chase. So, she said, taking immediate refuge in the business at hand. The patient alleges misdiagnosis. Because I did not diagnose him in accordance with the internet. Chase explained. He insisted he had a rare disease native to Equatorial Guinea. As it turned out, he had an intolerance to gluten. Now he's suing because he can't have his daily donuts. Claims it's a result of my treatment. I see. Alyssa made a quick note. She was rather enjoying the feeling of being somewhat in control of the situation. The last time they'd met, she'd been very vulnerable, but her professional attire was a kind of psychological armor. He was talking to a lawyer now, not a scared, barely clothed woman, who more or less had to do as he said. And did you fully explain his treatment options? Or did you just smack him around a bit? Chase lifted a brow at her. I did not lay a finger on the patient in question, he drawled. But it's tempting to see just how much protection that starched skirt of yours offers your behind. Please refrain from that kind of banter, Dr. Wright, she said, trying to sound formal. It's not appropriate. His eyes were tracing up the length of her stocking-clad legs. Alyssa knew she looked good in heels and hose. Her long legs were quite shapely. From all the mountain biking, she felt a little spark of pleasure at being admired. It waned immediately under his sudden frown. You're bleeding, he noted, sounding irritated. You already pulled those stitches. Not even 2 hours since I put them in. There are puppies less active than you. Alyssa didn't know how he did it, but somehow Chase Wright was capable of battering down the walls of her self-perception and making her feel plain naughty. She'd gone from a confident, professional woman to a guilty culprit, and she squirmed where she sat, her hips responding to his tone, as surely as they would his touch. It was quite curious to be seen in such a different light. Most people thought she was so responsible, so trustworthy and capable. Chase didn't seem to have that opinion at all, or even an opinion adjacent to that one. She tugged her skirt down over the bandage to hide it, and tried to distract him by talking about the case at hand, but Chase was not having it. Let me see what you've done, he said abruptly. I'm not taking off my stockings for you, Alyssa said firmly. We're on my time now. I'm sure the hospital doesn't want to be billed for you treating me. If you've pulled the stitches out, they will need to be done again. Pretty sure I didn't tear the stitches out of my skin. I would have. Notice that, Alyssa insisted. Her leg was actually starting to hurt. The painkillers and anesthetic were wearing off, leaving her with a dull ache in her thigh. Pushing through the pain, Alyssa tried to concentrate on the case at hand, not her own discomfort. Was this patient typical? No patient is typical, Chase replied. This particular patient was more stubborn than usual. You don't have much patience for stubborn patients, do you, Dr. Right? Alyssa pretended to be making a note so as not to have to bear the full brunt of his stare. It was still there when she looked up, as piercing as it was impatient. Patients would be better off if they listened to their doctor, but in spite of the fact we charge them thousands of dollars to look at them, they tend to think they know what's wrong with them better than we do half the time. And this patient thought he knew what was wrong with him. He did. He was wrong. Is there anything else I need to know before meeting with opposing counsel? Nothing I'm going to be surprised by. Nothing nearly as important as checking those stitches, he said. Let me see what you've done to yourself. He really wasn't going to let the matter go, but Alyssa had no intention of taking her clothing off in a private office. It set a potentially dangerous, unprofessional precedent. Here, what are you going to do if I have torn them? Staple them back together? Get some sticky tape? Well, your sarcasm certainly isn't going to stop the bleeding. Let me check them, and if I need to do anything, we'll go somewhere else to fix them. They stared at one another, both stubborn. You should be worried about being sued, she said. It's not my job to worry about being sued. That's your job. My job is to worry about patient care, even when the patient is a little brat making everything more difficult than it needs to be. Just give me a look already. Alyssa, his insistence and lecturing tone was starting to make her feel pouty. Pouty didn't go well with professional. Listen, she said, gathering the shreds of her patience. I'm here as your attorney. We can deal with any medical matters at a later date. It's not as if my head's falling off, is it? Chase shook his head at her. a low growl escaping his lips at the same time. He didn't say a word, but there was a whole lot implied in that primal sound. If he'd not been so constrained by rules and propriety, she had no doubt he'd probably tear her stockings off to check the wound, then go ahead and thrash her for good measure. You need to work on your professionalism, she informed him. Pertly, growling at people is not acceptable behavior. You're not precisely an authority on acceptable behavior, Alyssa. All due respect, Dr. Wright, you don't know me. You met me in a stressful situation, and granted, I wasn't at my best, but there's really no need for all this huffing and puffing. People usually believe you when you give them this little speech, don't they? Chase said, dismissing everything she'd said completely out of hand. That's because most people listen to what others are saying. I don't care what you have to say, Alyssa. I care about what you do. And what you do is indulge in high-risk activities in your free time, avoid medical care all the time, and throw your weight around whenever something doesn't go your way. He'd read her like a book. It was impressive, really, but Alyssa couldn't afford to show that. She gave him her most unimpressed look and scribbled a few things that should have been notes, but weren't. Let me check your stitches, he said, or I'll go see Dr. Sherry and inform her that my counsel is refusing necessary medical treatment. You going to tell on me? Alyssa snorted at him. I didn't think. You would be a run-to-mommy sort of guy. I'm not, he said, but as my hands are somewhat tied by professional standards and spanking that deserving bottom of yours until you are one very, very sorry girl is out of the question, I'll do what's necessary. Again, they were in a standoff, staring one another down. We can do this all day if you like, Alyssa said. I charge in 6-minute units. It's not my money you're wasting. It's a hospital's, Chase replied. You know, a place where sick people come to be healed. Ugh, Alyssa sighed. Fine. Make it quick. Sliding forward, so she was perched on the corner of the chair, Alyssa hiked her skirt up and rolled her stocking down. She was glad she'd gone with a stocking and not hose. She didn't have to expose quite so much of herself, though his gaze was making her feel vulnerable regardless. He sanitized his hands quickly with a little bottle he evidently kept in his pocket, then his long, capable fingers peeled back a corner of the bandage. You've definitely not been going easy on this, he said grimly. They're already starting to pull. You need to be careful. Well, I didn't need to walk, she said. It's not like I ran a quick marathon. Walk more slowly and be more careful, he lectured. It's an awkward place to have cut yourself. There's a lot of movement in this area. His fingers were lingering on her thigh, their touch inflammatory in a way he could not have suspected. She squirmed under his hand simultaneously, irritated by the way he spoke and curiously excited by it. Do you understand? His eyes locked on hers firmly. She nodded, finding her mouth suddenly dry, her pulse racing. There, in the privacy of the office, there was a certain intimacy that had been lacking in the emergency department. The tips of his fingers trailed lightly over her leg as he secured the bandage again, pressing the edges in place. We should change that, he said, his tone a little softer. Funny how such a pedestrian discussion could become so charged when a bare thigh and a doctor with strong hands were involved. His hand slid away from the injured area, but not off her thigh entirely. There was a pause in which neither of them said a word, but his fingers began a slow, circling motion not unlike a caress. Alyssa found herself holding her breath, not wanting to break the spell. His eyes were on hers. They both knew what was happening, both knew. They were giving into a carnal madness that had begun taking them in its grip the moment they met. In spite of her temper and his overbearing nature, or perhaps because of it, there was an irresistible attraction. He leaned in toward her. Alyssa, he said softly, his lips just inches from hers. I don't know what it is about you, but I find myself, as he spoke, his fingers continued to drift along her inner thigh. You're so. He was lost for words, but he didn't need them. She understood what he meant. He was trying to verbalize the feeling she'd had since the moment they met. You're just as, she let her voice trail off as his had, smiling. playfully as his lips descended toward hers and gently brushed against her mouth in a kiss that was surprisingly soft and tender. They melted into the kiss, which became more intense as their tongues entered the fray. Alyssa could not quite believe it was happening. Hours earlier she'd been ready to sue the man for everything but his underwear, and now she was on the verge of taking his underwear off herself. It had been a day of low impulse control, but there had to be limits. There was more at stake than just a hookup. Her entire career could hinge on her performance. "We can't do this," she said, pulling away regretfully. "It's not professional." "No," Chase agreed. "It's not." He was breathing deeply, and she could make out the hard line of his erection through his pants. The sight was both arousing and gratifying, for it told her that she did have some influence over the powerful doctor who had ruled almost every thought she'd had since. They met. "I'm sorry," he apologized. "I should not have done that." "It's okay," she said. "We're both responsible for what we do. Let's try to focus on the case at hand." She straightened her blouse, smoothed down her hair, and hoped that her lipstick had not been smeared out of recognition. "How do I look?" For one, a mirror she was going to have to trust his judgment. He smiled. "Perfect." She smiled back and was once again consumed with the urge to kiss him. She glanced at the time to break the mood. "It's time we met with opposing counsel," she said, rolling her stocking back up into place. "It's best if you speak as little as possible," she informed Chase. "In these sorts of meetings, things can turn on a single word. Are you telling me to keep my mouth shut and let you do the talking?" "In other words, yes," Alyssa smiled. "For legal reasons." Mitchum. He gave her one of those stern looks that probably made new nurses and recalcitrant patients quake in their sneakers. Chase Wright was not the sort of man who liked being told what to do. He probably liked having his battles fought for him even less. But on this occasion, he was going to have to suck it up. Chapter 2. Hector Bluth, attorney and annoyance extraordinaire, was smirking in the conference room. The man was one big smirk, just a smile and too little beady eyes behind thick glasses. He was well dressed in a suit paid for by any number of unfortunate institutions he'd managed to bleed over the years. Alyssa had not met the man before, but his reputation preceded him. The client sitting next to him looked sweaty and uncomfortable. He was bloated and pale, unhealthy looking and out of place. "Mr. Willem?" She smiled at the client and shook his hand. The effect was immediate. He blushed. His hand was clammy against hers. "Nice to meet you." He almost stammered something, but it turned to just a movement of his lips. Hector Bluth began his bluster immediately. "If you want to avoid court, you're going to have to satisfy us in this room today." "And hello to you too, Mr. Bluth," Alyssa said. "Are you comfortable? Do you need anything? Coffee? How about you, Mr. Willem?" I. "We want justice," Bluth declared. "We want compensation for what was an egregious trespass against the relationship between doctor and patient." "I see." Alyssa sat down. Chase sat down beside her. He was not pleased. She could feel his annoyance radiating from him. "Mr. Willem, why don't you tell me what you feel happened?" "I had Gruyère's disease." Mr. Willem blurted the words. "Isn't Gruyère cheese?" Alyssa frowned slightly. She did not have extensive medical knowledge, and she wondered if that might perhaps get in the way of dealing with hospital business. If things were to get overly technical, she would be left muddling through a stream of unintelligible language. "He did not have Gruyère's disease," Chase replied, breaking his silence almost immediately. "Largely because there is no such thing. You have a gluten sensitivity, Mr. Willem." "Lies. You said I had gorillas in my gut. I informed you that gluten caused a reaction in the lining of your gut, which caused painful bloating amongst other things. You are presumably familiar with your own symptoms." That's how he spoke to me. Mr. Willem pointed at Chase. "He spoke to me in that tone. It's dismissive, it's rude, and it caused me emotional distress. Mr. Willem, all you need do is avoid anything made with wheat, flour, and you will feel quite well. It's an unpleasant condition, but easily avoided, and with a plethora of gluten-free products now available. I will not avoid wheat. Bread is life. We are the breadbasket of the world. Breadbasket. Bread is right there in the title. I think it is obvious that your client's ills are largely self-inflicted, Alyssa said, deciding to put things to an end. And I think it is painfully obvious that should this case proceed to trial, your client would be a seriously unsympathetic figure. Opposing counsel winced. We would agree to a settlement out of court, sealed with no admission of guilt. Oh, Alyssa said, so this is more a shakedown than a valid complaint. You want some money and you thought the hospital would be an easy target. The accusation was enough to bring opposing counsel out of the metaphorical corner he had been cowering in since his client opened his mouth. Your client was abrasive, curt, and failed to explain my client's condition to him in a way he could understand. Your client refused to understand and is continuing to do so. Alyssa replied firmly. We will not be settling this matter. I suggest you advise your client to cease this suit before he decides to sue you for poor advice. Can I do that? Mr. Williams' eyes lit up at the prospect. Undoubtedly, Alyssa said. After all, you've clearly been misled on this matter. Instead of suggesting you cut out wheat, your lawyer has encouraged you to pay him hundreds of dollars to bother an institution. You know how hard it is to sue a doctor and win? People have woken up without limbs and still lost lawsuits. That's not true. It very much is, Alyssa insisted. People have come to think that suing their doctor is a good idea, a quick way to make a bit of cash. Certain lawyers have even come to make it their sole business, but malpractice is difficult enough to prove when serious damages are involved, let alone when somebody's problems rest on the fact that they won't stop eating toast. She capped her pen and closed her leather-covered binder. If you wish to escalate this matter further, you do so at your own financial risk. After all, Mr. Willem, who do you think will run out of money first? You or the hospital? I can assure you, once you can no longer afford his fees, your attorney will not continue to represent you. You should be careful, Missy, Hector Bluth said. I took Western Massachusetts for $4 million last year. I could take this place for twice that. Not on the strength of this complaint, and you know it. Your stories of million-dollar windfalls might have impressed Mr. Willem at the outset, but I doubt he realized that most of the complainants in your cases end up with less money than it cost to buy a sandwich, which he couldn't eat. Anyway, Mr. William was now looking thoroughly alarmed. I think we may have been hasty. Why don't you two have the room for a while? Alyssa suggested. And then, if Mr. Willem still wants to keep paying for your time, we can discuss this matter further. How many 6-minute units have we used up now, Mr. Bluth? Quite a number, I imagine. I don't think we need to take this any further, Mr. Willem said, practically stumbling over himself to bring matters to a close. He got up and made for the door, stammering something almost unintelligible. Alyssa got the general gist of it. He had no intention of suing the hospital. Next time, make sure you have a genuine case, Alyssa said to Mr. Bluth, her smile sweet but her tone as cold as ice. Or be prepared for a countersuit. This hospital is in the business of saving lives, not fending off puerile claims from desperate, bottom-feeding billboard lawyers, and I intend to provide vigorous and aggressive defense if necessary. Hector Bluth was not pleased. His little eyes had narrowed to near nothingness, and his face was the color of a whoopee cushion. You will be hearing from me. Oh, I do hope so, Alyssa replied. All work is good work. Mr. Bluth hauled himself out of his chair with some difficulty and made his way out of the room with all the dignity he could muster, which was not a whole lot. Riding the high of conquest, Alyssa beamed to herself. That was impressive, Chase drawled by her side. Tough little thing, aren't you? Just doing my job. Alyssa shrugged, though inwardly she glowed at his praise. And now it's time for me to do mine, he said. Let's change that. Bandage. That's all you care about, isn't it? You're just fixated on this. Bandage, she teased. He had no idea what he'd just been saved from. The specter of a lawsuit had vanished before his eyes, and he was more worried about the condition of her rather unremarkable wound. "Come to my office." It was an order, really, and that fact alone made Alyssa instinctively want to rebel against it. On the other hand, there was the prospect of being alone with an attractive doctor in his private office. Tension aside, her libido would never have forgiven her if she refused. It was unfinished business between them, and she very much wanted to finish it. She followed him to his office, located a good 10-minute walk from the conference room. The journey took 15 minutes because he insisted. She walked at what felt like a snail's pace. When they finally reached his hospital sanctum, he pointed to a chair and bade her sit down. Alyssa remained standing, hoping her defiance would result in further physical contact. When it didn't, she started rolling her stocking down again. "You really were very good," Chase commented as her fingers curled the soft hose down her thigh. "At first I thought you were being too soft, but you thrashed them. You're smart. Dangerously so." Now that was a compliment, one that made Alyssa smile quite broadly as she peeled her stocking away for the second time that day. "All the more reason for someone to handle you with a firm hand." Alyssa looked up sharply. "Excuse me? The way you dealt with both those men makes me think there's almost nobody you can't get the better of one way or another." Chase's tone indicated that he didn't think that was a good thing. "You're spoiled." His comment offended Alyssa to her core. "How can I possibly be spoiled when nobody gives me anything? I put myself through law school. I worked 3 jobs. Chase held up his hand. "It's possible to spoil oneself. Your job is to change my bandage, not analyze me," Alyssa said, sitting down carefully. "Why don't you just do that? Or better still, let me do it. I think I can manage a bandage." "Settle down and let me do this," Chase said, his tone growing sharp. Alyssa's expression settled into a scowl as Chase peeled the bandage off. "There's quite a bit of bruising," he murmured. "You're probably going to be quite uncomfortable." He sounded almost sympathetic. "I'll be fine," she said. "I'm a big girl." "Of course you are," he said, his tone patronizing. "Just be careful with yourself. No intensive exercise until the stitches come out. Well, while you're putting a fresh bandage on, why don't you wrap me all up in cotton wool at the same time?" "Smart-mouthed little brat," he growled, pressing a fresh bandage into place. "You really do deserve a damn good spanking. You really have to stop threatening that," Alyssa informed him. "It's a potential liability if you speak to patients that way." "I'm not speaking to patients this way," he said. "I'm speaking to my lawyer this way. That's a technicality, and you know it. You smacked my ass before. You knew who I was. If you do it to me, you do it to anyone. Don't." It was her turn to lecture, and she made the most of it, pompous tone and all. "Actually, yours was the first, but I've smacked in a long time. Call it instinct." Alyssa didn't know if she believed that. "You know, technically, that's assault." Chase cocked his head and looked at her. "Did you feel assaulted?" "Well, it's not a pleasant thing to have happen when you're already hurting. You weren't following directions, you were wasting time, and you were making things more difficult for the staff. We already went over what I did wrong. Now we're going over what you did wrong." Alyssa interrupted. "I'm advising you, legally, not to do that again. So, if I were to take you over my knee right now and slap your little ass red, you'd sue me?" Alyssa's jaw dropped. She wasn't sure what to say to that. Chase was looking at her, those dark, handsome eyes glimmering with his native amusement. She got the sense that he meant what he said, and that the discipline he'd been mentioning since they met was going to eventuate. "I didn't. You're not going to sue me," he said, his other hand sliding up to the other side of her hips, "because you know this would be the best thing for you. And all the smart talking and quick words aren't going to change that." "I know no such thing," Alyssa argued. "You just don't like being told what to do." "Nor do you," he winked. "But in your heart of hearts, you know, you're a bad girl who would feel so much better if someone were to take charge. Attorneys at major law firms aren't bad girls. You are." Their eyes were locked on one another, and it seemed as though they drew the same breath. The tension in the room was as palpable as it was erotic. It was a shock to Alyssa to realize that she was actually considering his proposition. Maybe it wouldn't feel bad to let the handsome doctor have his way with her. Maybe that was exactly what she wanted to do, because she was the bad girl, he called her. I think you've got a fixation on spanking, Dr. Wright, she murmured, trying to deflect attention back to him. I just see someone who needs it badly. I don't think a spanking would do much of anything, Alyssa said archly. You think a little swatting is going to make a difference to a person? You think it's clinically efficacious? I think it would settle you down, teach you that you're not always in charge, give you a break from yourself. Who says I need a break from myself? Alyssa's voice rose in disbelief. What does that even mean? From the moment I met you, you've been trying to control situations. One of them was appropriate, and you were good at it. All the other times, you were just an overgrown brat. I think you've gotten used to riding roughshod over everyone around you. And you know what? What? I don't think you even like it, he said. I think it's just what you think you have to do. Well, thank you for the psychoanalysis, Doctor, Alyssa said, sounding snippier than she would really have liked. He had gotten under her skin. They'd only known one another a few hours, and he already seemed to know her better than some people she'd known her entire life. Am I wrong about the spanking? Yeah, very wrong. I don't think so. You want to put a bet on it? What do you mean? I mean, are you willing to bet that you wouldn't benefit from a spanking? I don't really see how we could test that. Easy, I spank you, and you see how you feel. You have got to be joking. I'm not. Are you willing to put but where your mouth is? I may not be a doctor, but I doubt that's medically advisable. Cute, he said, but you're just stalling. Yes or no? She couldn't believe the choice she was being presented with. The handsome doctor sitting in front of her was seriously asking her if she wanted to be spanked, as if that were a perfectly ordinary sort of bet to make. How would you do it? Chase smiled and smoothed his hands over his thighs. You'd go over my lap. That seems, there were a whole host of words. Intimate and vulnerable were the first two that came to mind. She was still locked by his gaze, uncertain of herself only because she was considering it. The prospect of being so close to him was appealing. The knowledge he'd be spanking her was, well, she'd never been spanked before. It probably didn't hurt that bad. His intention didn't seem to be pain anyway. It seemed like something else. Control, maybe. Doctors were natural control freaks, and she was something he couldn't control. I don't think I want to give you the satisfaction, she said. This isn't about me. It's about you getting to touch my ass. Chase chuckled. I don't deny that I'd enjoy it, but I genuinely think you'd benefit too. Fine, she said, the word erupting in a moment of recklessness. They'd already kissed, and he'd already swatted her bottom anyway. What difference would it really make to their relationship if he did spank her? What do I get if it doesn't work? A sore ass and nothing more? Chase thought about that for a moment. If it doesn't work, you have my permission to sue me. I can't sue you, Alyssa said. It would be a conflict of interest, and even if it weren't, I'm fairly certain my boss would fire me. So there is somebody whose authority you respect, he noted. Interesting. I respect plenty of people in authority, Alyssa said, but I don't respect anyone just because they happen to think they're in a position of authority. Spoken like a true brat, Chase said, sitting back in his chair and patting his thighs. Come see how a true brat is dealt with. I don't know, Alyssa said as he took her by the hands and drew her toward him. He was manhandling her again, but in a much gentler, calmer way than he had earlier. Chase handled her with a quiet expertise that left her near limp in his hands. She couldn't believe what was happening. She was lying over his thighs, too hard, long surfaces over which she was held more securely than she thought possible. Chase's arm wrapped around her waist. The other hand settled on the rounds of her cheeks. Chase. She squeaked his name, suddenly scared. He was actually going to smack her, and it was probably going to hurt. Alyssa. He drawled her name, his hand smoothing over her skirt that had pulled tight over her bottom. Not quite so bossy now, are you? She could have stopped it if she'd really wanted to. She could have pushed off his lap or screamed bloody murder or told him that she was going to sue him, job be damned. But she didn't do any of those things. She lay there quietly, enjoying the feeling of his hand as he caressed her bottom. It wasn't appropriate. In fact, it could easily get them both fired if they were caught, but the intensity of the moment overrode concerns that faded into obscurity at his touch. He swatted her bottom, not hard, just enough to sting. She giggled. This is silly. His hand came down again, this time with significantly more force. She yelped, then covered her mouth, hoping his office was somewhat soundproof. Not so silly now. I'm still not sure what the point is, she said, looking over her shoulder at him. He looked handsome from that angle, too. That's because I'm not done spanking you yet, he said, swatting her bottom again, and again, and again. There wasn't all that much force behind the swats, but the way he flicked his wrist and the way his palm caught her cheeks imparted a whole lot of sting. Alyssa found herself clutching at his pant leg to steady herself. The action didn't help the sting or the steadiness. Instead, it made her feel as though she were completely helpless. Something about grabbing the rough fabric brought the situation home. She was bent over the handsome doctor's thighs, her bottom facing the ceiling, and he was still spanking her, each slap jolting her against his leg. There was very little dignity in the situation and even less respite. As the spanking went on, it intensified. Soon her bottom was burning and stinging, and each additional slap only served to make it burn all the more. Okay, this isn't helping. Let me up. We're not done yet, he said. He still sounded calm and in control. No surprise, given that he was. She made a huge mistake in allowing him to spank her. What the hell had she been thinking? You're just doing this to humiliate me. If I wanted to humiliate you, I wouldn't be spanking you through a skirt, and I wouldn't be letting you wriggle around like a spoiled little brat who never had her but warmed before. Now hold still and take your spanking. The slaps were heavier now, firmer than ever. Each one made her butt jiggle and her stomach clench. Each one made her let out a little yelping squeak. Okay, she gasped. I get it, you're bigger than me. That's not the point of this, he drawled, still spanking. Relax. Let yourself feel this. Relax? How could she possibly relax? You're fighting it, he said. You're trying to resist, and it's only making it hurt more. Take a deep breath and relax. I'm breathing, she said through clenched teeth. And you're hurting? Me? I'm really not, he said, smoothing his palm over her bottom. This isn't pain, is it? Sure as hell feels like pain to me. That's because you're tense. He rubbed her bottom more firmly, massaging her cheeks. Slowly the sting began to settle, though just when it did, he started spanking her again with the same wicked slaps that made her cheeks jiggle and her flesh sting. Just when she was on the verge of calling the whole thing off, he stopped spanking and started rubbing the heat into her cheeks again. It was the most curious sensation as the heat seemed to sink through her cheeks and into the apex of her thighs, eliciting a deep arousal that seemed to flow from the inside of her body outward. She stopped complaining and instead focused on the pleasurable sensation. Even when he started spanking her again, it did not go away. It grew with every stinging swat, and even though she felt as though her bottom were swelling beneath her skirt with the heat from the spanking, it no longer registered as pain. Instead, all the sensation was being channeled to one aim, one hot little spot, the bud between her thighs, which was now pulsing against the hard ridge of his leg. Alyssa ground herself shamelessly under his hand, caught both in his able grasp and in the power of her own impending climax. She was about to come rutting herself against a man she barely knew on the first day of a most important job. It was reckless, it was wrong, and the fact that it was made it all the more powerful. That's it, Chase purred above her. Let it go, let yourself go. Her muscles clenched low in her belly, stiffness creeping through every limb and joint as every part of her body became peripheral to the building orgasm flowering in her pussy. Chase spanked her toward it, sparing her nothing as he whacked his palm firmly against her bottom, spanking her. Harder and harder as she gasped and clutched at his leg and rode against his thigh. It seemed to take forever. She felt as though she were stuck in time. So close to coming, and yet so far away. There was too much clothing, too. Much cloth separating his hand from her bottom and her pussy from his body. She was grinding against him, completely wanton, her thighs spreading as she approached what seemed to be the final peak. Just when she thought she couldn't handle it at all anymore, there was a rush of release. Her body relaxed under his palm, and the jolting swats made her pussy pulse. It was good. It was better than good. The heat and the thudding and the bursting jolts of excitement between her legs all started, culminating in one thing she had not expected, an orgasm that took her completely by surprise and left her locked over his thighs as every muscle in her body tightened and pure pleasure bolted through her body, making her nipples tingle, her head swim, and her pussy clench. Chase stopped spanking as she moaned through the final stages of climax, her body shuddering, her pussy clenching eagerly at nothing. She felt as though something had been awakened in her, something she might never be able to put to bed. Squirming over Chase's thighs with her hot bottom still stinging, Alyssa wondered what on earth the world was coming to, or more. To the point, what was she coming to? There, he said, stroking her lower back as if she were a pet. Doesn't that feel better? Alyssa had to admit that it did. A knock at the door sent her scooting off his lap. They just barely managed to straighten their clothes before a nurse bustled in. Mr. Jimson has developed delirium, she said. He's insisting that his head is a hat, and he keeps trying to take it off. I'll have to deal with this, I'm afraid, Chase said with an apologetic look. Sorry, Ms. Winters. We'll have to finish our business later. Chapter 3. Alyssa went home, took a couple of her prescription painkillers to keep the leg aches at bay, and showered carefully, which involved taping a bag around her leg where the stitches were. The events of the day had left her head spinning. First the accident, then the doctor, then the job, then the spanking, and the orgasms. Wow, she murmured to herself in the steam-glazed mirror as she stepped out of the shower. Wow was the word for it. She felt as though she'd been picked up in some invisible tornado and dropped slam-bang in the middle of someone else's life. Who was she? This woman in the mirror who let virtual strangers slap her bottom until she came? I don't know, Alyssa said out loud. But I think I like you. The woman in the mirror smiled broadly, proud of herself. Alyssa changed into some comfortable clothes, long, soft knit camel colored pants that were just sophisticated enough to count as more than sweats, but that were just as comfortable. She paired them with a matching zip sweater with a hood, which she swept up over a freshly dried bob. It was snuggle attire, perfect for cuddling up on the couch with herself. Lawyering didn't usually leave a lot of time for romantic engagements. The days were long, and the people you met were a blend of the criminal, the wanting to be criminal, and the so relieved they hadn't been declared criminal they couldn't wait to hit the nearest bar. Dating another lawyer at the firm was out of the question. That was how one got a reputation. Some said that Joyce Winstead hadn't made love since 1966, and Alyssa believed them. It had been a long day, and it was time to relax. She poured herself a glass of wine and settled in on the couch. Usually she'd watch mindless television until she fell asleep, but that evening there was more on her mind than people who could bake cakes really, really super well. There was a doctor with dark hair, dark eyes, and the hardest hand she'd ever felt. Her phone was on the coffee table. She glanced at it, knowing that his number was in it, knowing she could contact him if she really wanted to. A few more sips of wine, and she decided that she was going to do it. She quickly shot him a text. You're fortunate, Dr. Wright. It looks as though you've gotten away with it this time. There was an interval of time in which her stomach turned and she wondered if she'd made a fool of herself by sending him a message at all. When her phone buzzed, she felt a rush of relief almost as powerful as a hit. A morphine. Gotten away with what exactly? She could almost see his expression in her mind's eye. Stern but slightly amused. He never really managed to look entirely serious, even when he was, with having the bedside manner of an anaconda. She bit her lower lip and hit send. A moment later, her phone vibrated. Snakes on the brain, Alyssa? The message worked on several levels. There was what could have been a veiled reference to his male member, but more than that was the way it reminded Alyssa of how she was outweighed and outplayed by Chase. Right? He was powerful, agile, and quick. Compared to him, she was a quivering mouse. At least that's how she felt on the inside. I, for one, do not welcome reptilian overlords. It was a silly text, but the wine was making her silly and excited. The minutes ticked by. There was no response. Maybe she'd been too silly. Chase Wright probably didn't have time for texts from goofy lawyers. Or maybe he was spanking another patient. That thought gave her a pang of jealousy. He'd said he didn't spank. His patients is a matter of course, and there would be a whole lot more lawsuits if he did. In that case, though, how had he known that she'd let him get away with it? Or what about her had so motivated him? There were a lot more questions than answers, and all the questions led down between her thighs. She had almost given up hope of hearing from him when her phone buzzed with a combustible little message. You need another spanking, don't you? The text made her clip pulse. She read it once, then again, feeling her excitement growing. She was on her third read-through of those simple words that did so much to her body when her phone vibrated again and another message came through. 599 Rothway Avenue. Come and get it. She stared at the screen. He'd texted his address in blatant invitation. Alyssa knew she shouldn't go. After all, starting a relationship, even of this strange kind, was not likely to be looked on kindly by either Joyce Winstead or the hospital administration. From her point of view, she'd have walked into the hospital and immediately started up with one of the doctors. It was irresponsible, she thought as she brushed her hair out. Inadvisable, she lectured herself as she grabbed her house keys. Completely out of the question, she murmured under her breath as she picked up her purse and left the apartment. Dr. Wright did not live terribly far away, just a 5-minute cab ride. He had a nice detached house in a very good neighborhood. The sort of neighborhood where nobody parked their cars on the driveway for fear of irritating a neighbor, and all the letterboxes were stock standard white. She walked up his garden path feeling quite nervous, but incredibly excited. She didn't have to knock. He got the door just as she arrived on his porch. "Hello, Alyssa," he smiled. He looked different in civilian attire. He was wearing a pair of neat-fitting jeans and a brown knitted sweater. Not exactly a combination that sounded terribly attractive on its own, but on him, it looked great. The knit was quite close-fitting, hinting at hard pectoral muscles and showing off a stomach without any sign of middle-age spread. The jeans accentuated his long, powerful legs, and when he turned, the arc of his but wasn't bad either. "Hi," she said, lifting her fingers in a facsimile of a wave, clutching her purse in front of her like a small, ineffective shield. "Come on in," he said, ushering her into the interior of his house. It had a large, open plan, a warm, masculine space with generous amounts of leather and wood accents. "I'm glad you came. I'm glad I snapped my fingers and you jumped in a cab," Alyssa inwardly translated. "How was your leg?" He was dominating the conversation while she stood there like a deer in headlights. It's okay," she said. She was still wearing her snuggle suit, which she probably should have changed, but she had been distracted. Besides, it was fairly flattering, clinging to the right places and showing off the flare of her hips. He didn't seem to mind her attire. "Would you like a drink?" "Sure." Awkward. She was definitely feeling awkward. Chase didn't seem so affected. "You like white wine?" "Yes, thank you." "Don't be nervous," he said, pouring her a glass. "I'm not going to start whacking your butt out of the gate." "I didn't think you were. But that's why you came here." "I came because you invited me," she said, accepting the drink he handed to her. A sip made her feel a little bolder, a little more settled. "And I'm glad you did," he smiled. "There wasn't much chance to talk today." "That's because we were at work," she said, acting like a pair of fools who wanted to be fired. "I don't think either one of us would be fired," Chase said. "We're both far too good at our jobs." Blair was thrilled with your work. And you can get away with anything because you're a big shot. Doctor. Something like that. He wandered over to the large leather couch and patted the seat next to him. Let's talk now. Alyssa joined him, sitting as elegantly as was possible with stitches, holding her together. There's something you want to talk about in particular. He gave her a look of kindly concern. Are you feeling all right? My leg is fine. I don't mean your leg. I mean your emotional state. Oh, I'm fine. Alyssa took a long sip of her wine. You are, aren't you? He cocked his head to the side. Did you enjoy what we did? Alyssa smirked and swirled her wine so she wouldn't have to look him directly in the eye as she admitted she liked him spanking her. I think we both know I enjoyed myself. So where does that leave you? A woman who has just discovered that she enjoys discipline. Where does that leave me? Alyssa shrugged. I couldn't say. Chase chuckled. I'd say it leaves you with an appetite for more. Alyssa leaned back and laughed. You have a strange way of seducing women, Chase. He returned her smile and her amusement. Oh, this isn't seduction. It's not. The fact that you climaxed is testament to how wired you are for this, not any lecherous intent on my part. Alyssa gave him a dark look. Are you seriously trying to tell me your intentions are pure, non-romantic? You're a beautiful woman, Chase said. You're intelligent and accomplished. Any man would be lucky to have you. But she could hear the but coming like a train and figured she may as well give voice to it herself. But I really did ask you here for disciplinary reasons. You responded so well to the first session, I think it's time for a second. Why? Insulted and somewhat embarrassed, Alyssa moved as far away as the couch allowed. You what? What you got today was just a taste of what you need. I want to show you more. You sound like you're talking about a cult or something. It's not that I don't want to pursue something romantic with you, Miss Alyssa. It's just that there are more important things to do first. She snorted into her glass, sending ripples across the surface of her drink. You take this seriously, don't you? I do, he said. It's part of my way of life. Way of life. Now we're back to cult. He smiled, sensing her playfulness. Not a cult. I've no intention of converting you or indoctrinating you into anything you don't want to be involved with, but this is the way I live my life, and from what I can tell, you're made for it too. Alyssa was starting to feel a bit fuzzy. She understood all the words he was saying, but she had no idea what he meant by any of them. I know. You think you're making sense, but you're really not. I'm what they call a dominant, or a dom, Chase explained. In my relationships, I take control. My partner is submissive to me. Alyssa looked at him, then burst out laughing. It took a full minute to realize that he wasn't joking. His dark eyes were locked on her. That's what drew me to you, he said, and I think it's what drew you to me. I am anything but submissive. A submissive noun is not necessarily submissive verb in her everyday life. A lot of submissive men and women are high achievers, even aggressive like you can be. Aggressive? I'm not. In that meeting today, you were very aggressive, he said. You scented weakness, and you exploited it mercilessly. You enjoyed it. She frowned at him. You think I'm a bad person? Not at all, but I do think you need handling. I think if you were with someone who let you get away with flexing those muscles, you both end up miserable. I don't lawyer my partners. No, if there's a disagreement over something, if you decide you want your way, if you know you can unleash that tongue of yours and get what you want, you're telling me you don't. Alyssa shrugged and sipped her wine. I thought so. He raised a brow at her. For what I heard in the ER earlier today, you unleash that side of yourself whenever you want. Something. Smiling into her wine, Alyssa couldn't exactly deny what he was saying. She did occasionally use her tongue as a weapon when it suited her. It wasn't something she was necessarily proud of, but when you wanted something, well, you wanted something. And that's why what we did so far wasn't enough, Chase said. You need to know someone can handle you even when you don't want to be handled. I do. MHM. You do. Or is it just that you don't want to deal with someone who can get the better of you verbally? Is it because an eloquent woman intimidates you? Alyssa was well on her way through the glass of wine, and as it was not her first that evening, or remotely close to it, it was having quite a pronounced effect. Is it because I intimidate you? Chase's cheek dimpled as his smile grew. You do not intimidate me. Alyssa. Alyssa slipped off her shoes and brought her legs up under her as she sat sideways on the couch, watching him. He really didn't seem intimidated. He seemed like he was enjoying himself. It was all part of the thrill of the chase, she imagined. You want to dominate me? It's not quite as simple as that, he said. But yes. Uh-huh. Chase cocked his head to the side, his eyes locking on her with even more intensity. How much have you had to drink tonight? I don't know, she shrugged. A couple, maybe. Something like that. You're not supposed to mix alcohol and painkillers. You gave me alcohol, she pointed out. I gave you a small glass of wine, which should be all right if you've kept to the recommended dose of your painkillers. But that's not the case, is it? Oh, relax, she said. I'm under medical supervision. Cute, he said dryly. But it is a good thing you're under some kind of supervision. You need it. Yeah, I'm awful, she said. An independent professional woman with an established career. I'm surprised they don't keep me in an institution. Smart ass, he observed as she giggled to herself. She was starting to feel very lightheaded. Maybe she shouldn't have drunk quite so much. Maybe she shouldn't have taken that second pill either. Hey, she said, at least my leg doesn't hurt. I don't imagine anything hurts, he observed dryly. You're staying here tonight. I'm going to keep an eye on you. He reached out and retrieved her glass from her fingers. Just as well you're practically in pajamas. Already. These are not pajamas, she said. They're for elegant casual wear. You can casually wear them to bed, Chase said. Before you pass out. I'm not going to pass out, she said, twisting her mouth into an exaggerated expression that demonstrated just how unlikely she considered that possibility. She tried to wave her hand in an airy, unconcerned manner, but all she got out of the movement was an uncoordinated flop. My hand isn't working, she complained. Your hand is working just fine, he said, but your muscles are overly relaxed. How many of those pills did you have? Just one. His brows drew down into one of those scary dark lines. Alyssa. Okay, two, but only once. Great, he drawled. You're high as a kite, aren't you? I feel good, Alyssa corrected. The world is better now. She was starting to feel quite sloppy. Her appendages were not responding as she'd usually expect them to, and willing them to work better wasn't working. She frowned at her hand, suddenly noticing the way it looked very strange. Long, fingers attached to a meaty palm. How silly. She giggled to herself, wiggling her fingers. Following directions really does seem to be beyond you, he sighed. Fingers, she replied. Fin gearsers. Bedtime, he said firmly. He stood up and grabbed her, helping her to her feet. She slumped back down, becoming a dead weight in his arms. I don't want to walk. Alyssa. His tone was very dark and growly, but Alyssa was beyond such concerns. There was nothing to worry about. The nice man was helping her. There was a mean man growling at her too, and yes, they were the same person, but she couldn't be mad at the mean man and not happy with the nice man, so it was a net neutral, really. Unable to express her feelings in words, Alyssa instead put her ambivalence into interpretive dance, slid off the couch and into a puddle of person on the floor. She heard a sigh above her. Then she was hoisted into the air by arms that were much stronger than she'd supposed they would be. The last memory she had was of being carried by someone who smelled nice and masculine and whose voice rumbled pleasantly through his chest, saying words she didn't care to listen to, but liked the sound of nonetheless. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The next morning was predictably unpleasant. Alyssa woke up in an unfamiliar bed, but remembered immediately where she was. Making a complete fool of herself gave her ample powers of memory. Ugh, he probably thought she was a complete wreck of a human being. Only the desire to save the last shreds of her dignity saved her from crawling out the window. Chase was in the kitchen when she peeked out. He beckoned her over, his crooked finger marking her doom. She slunk over to him slowly, every part of her body aching. How are you feeling? Fine, she lied. She smoothed her hand down by her stitches. Her leg hurt like hell. How often do you get that blackout drunk? Not often, I mean never. It was an accident, Alyssa explained. Wearily, not everyone is an addict. Chase didn't say anything, but she could sense that she had not been believed. He had that grim expression, and a professional veil had been drawn between them. I'm sorry I inconvenienced you, she apologized lamely. It's not the inconvenience, Chase said. It's concerning that someone as intelligent as yourself can't follow the directions on the bottle. Somewhere in the rear of the house, his phone rang. He lifted a finger. To her. Don't go anywhere. This conversation isn't over. Like I said, this is concerning. With that, he went back to retrieve his phone. Yeah, it's concerning, Alyssa mumbled to herself. Life is concerning. Accidents happen. I have to go to work. She grabbed her purse and tried not to limp on her way to the front door. She felt terrible inside and out. Her body ached, her head was pounding, and she couldn't have been more embarrassed. She let herself out of the house before Chase could come back from his phone call, hailed a cab, and metaphorically skulked home with her tail between her legs. Chapter 4. As the day went on, things went from not great to really not great for Alyssa. She turned her phone off to avoid having to tell Chase why she'd run out, which meant she was late getting the message that Joyce wanted to see her. The moment she got into the office, she was more or less ordered into Joyce's office, which felt like a very bad thing. Nobody wanted to be called to account before the named partner. Associates quaked in their Louboutins when summoned on the Winstead carpet. On this occasion, Alyssa felt so terrible she couldn't actually muster the energy to be worried. She stood before the godmother of the company, trying to look as if she were an actual human being, and finding that took up all her energy. Joyce was what some people would have described as sprightly, but if they had expressed that opinion within earshot of her, they would have soon regretted it. She was a firebrand, a silver-headed, slim woman whose beauty had not faded with age, but transformed into something more impressive than youthful vigor. Alyssa always felt outmatched in her presence. Looks like you didn't fuck it up, Joyce said. No, ma'am, Alyssa said. She still felt like hell, but a heavy application of cosmetics meant that she had managed to make herself look presentable. Joyce would no doubt have made comment if she'd noticed anything awry. The woman wasn't exactly known for her tact, and you made an impression on their administrator. Blair Sherry called this morning to say they'd like to have you as permanent counsel. You just got your first client, Ms. Winters. That was interesting. Actually, it was amazing, wonderful news. Under any other circumstances, Alyssa would have had a hard time not bursting into a happy dance, but things were complicated at the hospital, thanks to a certain doctor who had left several unlistened-to voicemails on her phone. I agreed to base you out of the hospital, Joyce continued blithely. What? Alyssa snapped the question, then realized who she was snapping at. I mean, out of the hospital? Do you not understand the concept? Joyce's tone was as withering as her stare. Alyssa tried for a smooth recovery and failed. I mean, that's thank you. You're welcome, Joyce said. You're moving today, you'll start taking their cases on Monday. Most of your workload will involve acting as advisor and counsel. If you need any additional resources, the firm will provide them. It was all highly irregular. She'd been more or less sold to the hospital, like a baseball player being traded. There was no way she could tell Joyce Winstead she didn't want to take the position. If she did that, she might as well hand in her resignation. Better get over there, Joyce said, losing interest in the conversation. And that was that. Alyssa was left packing her office with a numb sort of feeling. It was going to be a lot more difficult to avoid Chase now that they were going to be working in the same place. Then again, the hospital was a very big organization. It was possible that their paths would rarely cross. The thought didn't make her any less nervous as she carried her box of office possessions into the hospital. She scooted into the elevator as quickly as possible, hit the button for the administrator's office, and prayed that Dr. Chase Wright was busy saving lives elsewhere in the building. Half an hour later, she was being shown to an office and setting up her things all over again. A little plastic plant a photo frame containing a picture of Frank looking out the window, one of those things where the balls swung back and forth, another desk toy with sand and a little rake, and a little plastic man playing little plastic golf on a little plastic pedestal. She'd been given a pile of files, which promised that she'd be busy. There was work to be done, and she was glad for it, because it was going to let her take her mind off Chase and the mess she'd made of what she'd thought might be the beginning of a relationship, or at least a torrid one. Nightstand. Administrator Sherry had said that a secretary would be provided soon, but in the meantime, Alyssa was going to have to sort things out on her own. That left her with a ton of busy work of the kind that would give her ample reason to hide in her office all day, then escape for the weekend. She was sorting through the files when her phone rang. She looked at it, recognized the number, and turned it over to face the desk. Chase was persistent. Then again, it was almost lunchtime, so maybe he was just worried. She dropped off the face of the earth as far as he was concerned. What if he called her office? Alyssa drummed her pen against the table. Worriedly, if he called the office, they'd tell him she was at the hospital, and then all he'd have to do was ask one of the administrative assistants where she'd been assigned. Tap, tap, tap. A soft knock sounded at the door. Alyssa froze. Tap, tap, tap. She realized she was staring at the door like a mute idiot. Come in. The door swung open. It wasn't Chase. It was another doctor, harried, looking and clutching a piece of paper. You're the lawyer, right? Yes, she said. Need help. He didn't need help. The paperwork revealed that he was the subject of a possible suit, a serious one at that. Alyssa forgot about her headache and her leg and her phone and got down to work. She didn't end up leaving the hospital until almost 8 o'clock that evening. One thing turned to another, and between grabbing snacks from a vending machine and a couple of bathroom breaks, Alyssa had worked the whole day long. She was almost at her car when her phone rang. She answered it without thinking. Well, hello, Chase. Hey, she said, unlocking her car. You've been elusive today. His deep tones purred over the microphone without any real hint of censure. I've been busy. Yes, I heard you've been transferred to the hospital. That will make things more convenient. What things? Your discipline. Alyssa held the phone away from her head and screwed her face up at it. Did you forget the conversation we had last night? His voice wasn't coming from the phone anymore. It was coming from behind her. She whirled around to see him approaching, his medical coat slung over his arm. If you want to tell me how stupid I am, I already know, she said, thumbing the call away. You're not stupid, he said, stopping a couple of feet away from her. You're a little misguided, but not stupid. Yeah. Alyssa opened her car door and slung her purse inside. Anything else you want to tell me about myself before I go? She'd given up on impressing him. From the time they'd met, she'd been nothing but a mess. Just that I'm not going to let you get away with running out. I didn't run out. I had to work. He didn't reply to that. Just gave her that steady look that let her know he wasn't buying what she was selling. Listen, she said. I don't think I could be, or do. I don't think I'm what you're looking for. Am I what you're looking for? The question hit her straight between the eyes. Was a handsome, intelligent doctor with an undeniable kinky side what she was looking for? Yes, yes, and yes. She'd never had sex before, but she already knew he was going to be a phenomenal lover. He paid such close attention, read every little gesture and glance. Alyssa, he reached for her, caught her by the arm, and drew her gently toward him. Things have gotten off to a rough start. There's no denying that. But life is rarely perfect, and I don't expect you to be either. No, she said dryly. If I was perfect, you wouldn't be able to indulge your fetish for discipline. A complete fuck-up is really what you need. You have no idea how wrong you are, he drawled, lowering his head toward her. His fingers touched the underside of her chin, lifting her head, and then his lips were pressed against her in a kiss that began gently but quickly heated into something more passionate and intense. Alyssa felt herself melting against his body, abandoning herself to his strength as his lips and tongue played with hers so artfully her head spun. People are going to talk. The first words out of her mouth were not precisely romantic. They were in the hospital parking lot. There weren't a whole lot of people about at that time of the night, but there were security cameras. "Don't worry about people," he said, his thumb drifting over her cheek. "Worry about you." Somehow he managed to make the whole world go away. The very real risk of being caught, of having her professional image undermined by making out with a doctor in public faded in comparison to the thrill of being under his sway. Things were interesting when Chase Wright was involved, and Alyssa liked being interested. "I think you should come back upstairs," he said, murmuring against her lips, "unless you want the sins of last night to keep hanging over your head." Alyssa glanced back up at the hospital. The stone facade seemed imposing in the rising moonlight. "What are you going to do?" "You know what I'm going to do," he said, taking her hand in his. "Come on." Alyssa locked her car with the tag and followed after him. There was a certain inevitability to the entire affair. She had known she wouldn't be able to avoid him forever, and she had also known that once they saw one another again, he would be impossible to resist. Chase Wright made all the normal rules fly out the window. She wasn't herself when she was with him, or rather she was a much freer, much more in trouble version of herself, hiding a little smile as they made their way back up to his office. Alyssa wasn't worried about the prospect of discipline, not until they got into his office, and he shut the door, and then she was all alone with a handsome, strong doctor who was giving her that look again. "Come here," he said, gently pulling her close. Pressed up against him, she had to tilt her head back to look up at him. "You know you've been naughty, don't you?" She giggled, an automatic nervous response to his inquiry. Had she been naughty? She supposed she had. "I wasn't pleased when you ran out this morning," Chase said. "You would have had a much more settled day if you'd had a warm bottom to sit on." "You think so?" "I know so." He kept a hold of her hands as he drew her toward his chair. He sat down and kept pulling until she was over his thighs. He was very adept at that maneuver, seemed to know just how to turn her to get her into a position where tipping over his lap was the most natural thing to do. Facing the carpet, Alyssa was once more suffused with disbelief. It was really happening. She was really about to be spanked. "You can't run from consequences, Alyssa," he said, palming her bottom. "And you can't hide from them either. If you want to spend the day playing games to try to get out of the trouble you know you're in, you're going to find yourself very sore." Before she could answer, he laid the first slap across her skirt-clad bottom. The firm swat sent a jolt through her body and made her blush. It didn't hurt, not yet anyway, but it reminded her beyond any reasonable doubt that he was in control of the situation, in control of her too. "This," he said, punctuating each word with a fresh swat, "is what you get for disobeying me this morning." He spanked her rhythmically, going from cheek to cheek, his palm bounding off her rear with alacrity, then returning for another stinging blow. "I had to go to work." "You weren't going to be late for work," he said, spanking her harder. "You knew you were in trouble. I haven't seen a brat look as guilty as you did this morning in a long time." He paused for a moment. She thought maybe it was a reprieve, but it was just him taking the opportunity to peel her skirt up over her bottom, bearing her satin panty-clad ass to his gaze. Her panties were sky blue with a pretty sheen, panties intended to be seen by a man. "Very nice, Alyssa," he said, acknowledging her undergarments. "They'll look good bunched around your thighs, too." His words made her tummy quiver, sparking arousal. He was going to bear her. She was going to be half naked over his strong thighs, and there was nothing she could do to stop it. Chase started spanking her again. She realized just how much protection a skirt actually gave as his hard palm landed against her cheeks over and over, her panties offering little resistance. Things were beginning to heat up and burn. She was starting to get uncomfortable. Squirming over his thighs, she reached out toward the floor to try to steady herself. All she succeeded in doing was raising her bottom higher and giving him even more of a target. "In future, when I tell you to stay, you stay," he said firmly. "I will not chase you around the hospital, Alyssa, when you know you've earned discipline. You will come and get it." in spite of her hot bottom and the stinging that was starting to feel like. An onslaught of hornets had gone for her bottom. Alyssa let out a snort. Why on earth would she go and get discipline, especially given how damn uncomfortable it was? The first spanking he'd given her had resulted in orgasm, but she didn't think this one was going that way. This one was too hard, too fast, too intended for pure discipline. And if you don't, he said, catching her little rebellious sound, then you'll find yourself being spanked both for your original offense and running away. Is that what you want? 2 spankings every time you get in trouble. Ow, what? I mean, it's all one spanking, isn't it? If it happens. At one time, she was arguing the technicalities more out of habit than any sense of self-preservation. 1 spanking, twice as long, twice as hard, in that case, Miss Smart. Mouth, he said, intensifying the smacks yet again. He seemed to have untold reserves of strength in his arm, and truth be told, she could tell that he was not using a fraction of the force truly available to him. He wasn't slamming his hand up and down in some brutish beating. It seemed that most of the sting and the heat was being bought by wicked technique, the way his palms swept up and cracked across her bottom like the tail end of a whip. I think it's time. Your panties came down, he informed her. I'm not getting through to you yet. Complaint was futile, but Alyssa complained anyway, her voice sounding whiny to her own ears as he clamped her firmly in place with one arm and used his other hand to slowly peel her panties down over what felt like a swollen bottom. The fabric smoothed over her cheeks and was settled just below her pussy, low enough that she was sure he could see her privates in all their feminine glory. If he could, he made no mention of it. He went right back to spanking her, peppering hard swats all over her cheeks until she squealed and kicked in complaint. Careful of your leg, he murmured, repositioning her slightly. You be careful of my leg. Alyssa shot back. You're the one beating me. This is not a beating, young lady. Maybe it wasn't a beating, but it was actual discipline, and it really hurt. Squirming and wriggling for all she was worth, Alyssa soon found her legs locked between his as his palm continued to thunder down against her bottom, sparking squeals and curses. Alyssa felt tears start springing to her eyes completely unbidden. A reaction to not only the severity of the spanking, but how small and shamed she was starting to feel. He must think her completely irresponsible to be punishing her like this. Now this, he said, is for not being more careful with your medications. You gave me wine. A few sips would never have hurt, he said. I didn't know you'd doubled up on your pills and already been drinking. But good point until your stitches are out and you're completely free of pain, you're banned from drinking. You can't. Ow. I can, he said firmly. You see, Alyssa, setting rules is as simple as being able to enforce them, and by the color of your bottom, I think you're starting to understand that I can and will enforce them. She was getting that idea. But had never hurt so much. It was throbbing of its own accord in between spanks, her flesh so hot she was sure she could have made a stir-fry if only she'd thought to bring the ingredients. Chase rubbed her bottom, soothing it somewhat. How are you feeling? How am I feeling? Alyssa blinked back tears and reached for scathing sarcasm. Wonderful, thank you. She heard a brief sigh. His hand left her bottom for a moment and then returned again, slapping her cheeks hard and fast in a wicked tattoo that left no room for anything besides the drawing in of a deep breath and an unfortunate squeal. Cheeks jiggling, legs locked between his strong thighs. She was entirely at his mercy. I know it's hard for you to let go of the lawyer, but try, he said, because that tone is going to make you very sore if you keep it up. You're mean, she sniffed. Mean? He patted her bottom. Just not letting you get away with your usual tricks is all, Alyssa. There's nothing mean about it. Her bottom was now thermonuclear. She could feel the heat emanating from her rear, accompanied by an ache that she knew was only going to get worse if she didn't settle down and start behaving. I know this is all new to you, he said, smoothing his hand over her punished cheeks. And I know that behaving doesn't come naturally either, but I think this little lesson will make it easier for you. Sniffling to herself, Alyssa nodded. He must have taken pity on her. For a moment later, his legs unlocked, and he helped her to sit up on his lap. She squirmed back so less weight was on her hot, bare, sore bottom as he wrapped his arms around her and cuddled her close. That was quite a spanking, he said. All things considered, you took it well. His praise made her smile a little, even though she was still sniffing back tears. We're almost done. Almost done. Oh, didn't I mention it? He stood up, eased her on her feet, and drew back the curtain in the corner of his office to reveal a medical bed, complete with stirrups. We're going to do that pelvic. Alyssa's eyes widened, and she shook her head silently. She'd had enough for one evening. Surely it was bad enough to be spanked until you wanted to cry in the corner like some little wretch. Why did he have to make her endure a pelvic too? I know you don't want to, he said before she could open her lips. But it's important. You've put it off long enough, young lady. He took the opportunity to hook his finger in the back of her already lowered panties and send them cascading to the floor, leaving her with her skirt pushed up to her hips, naked from the waist down, coaxed by the none too gentle application of his palm to her sore bottom. Alyssa climbed up onto the bed. She drew the line at putting her feet in the stirrups, however. They're stupid, she said, frowning. I don't like them. They make you vulnerable. And if there's one thing Alyssa Winters doesn't like to be, it's vulnerable, Chase said. Your objection is noted. Now, put your feet in the right place, or we will have to go back to the spanking stage of things. Alyssa spread her legs and put her feet into the stirrups. She immediately felt more embarrassed than before, even though he had certainly seen her womanly parts on several occasions. This was different. Chase took a seat on the chair at the end of the bed, his head and chest visible through the spread V of her thighs. The only thing protecting her now was the soft brown curling down. That covered her mound, and that was no protection at all against the handsome doctor who was already touching her pussy with his talented fingers, using her lubrication to tease her lips and clit into response. Her bottom was still stinging and pulsing of its own accord. Her nether regions were in total disarray, sending all manner of signals racing through her body. She let out a moan as he traced her pussy lightly from one lip up around her clit and down the other side. She closed her eyes for a moment, heard the snapping of gloves going on. He was a professional after all. That thought made her giggle, but the mirth stopped when one latex-covered finger replete with lubricant parted her lips and slid into her pussy. Her eyes flew open with the shock of being penetrated for the first time. She saw a similar look of surprise on his face, though not for the same reason. His fingertip had found her not so secret. Secret, her hymen. He looked up at her with disbelief written on his features. You're a virgin? Not everyone is running about having sex with everyone they meet, Alyssa said, crossing her arms over her chest. This was not how she'd wanted him to find out. She'd always thought it would be a little more romantic, little less clinical. You should have told me. I did, more or less. Less than more, he said, his glove-clad fingers still pressed against her labia while the middle one remained pressed against that thin barrier inside her. Well, now you know. I haven't had sex, and there's no need to examine me any further. Of course there is. Sex isn't the only reason we do these exams. So it's just your deep-seated need to stare into people's vaginas. Then, cute, now relax. The probing finger withdrew and joined the others, moving in a slow, stroking motion along the length of her outer lips in a manner that was not precisely conducive to the traditional idea of relaxation. He was petting her pussy in an undeniably intimate manner, stroking them like a lover. Do as your doctor tells you. Biting her lower lip, Alyssa felt her pussy begin to tingle. Even through medical latex, she could feel the warmth of his hands. The assured way he handled her body left her feeling simultaneously vulnerable and aroused. You're very responsive to digital stimulation, he murmured. Let's see about clitoral sensitivity. His thumb moved to press just above her clit, teasing the hot butt out. Of its shelter. He did not touch it, just kept his thumb pressed above her lips, massaging a little. Her response was a barely stifled moan. She could feel the cool air on her clitoris, the small bud rampant and defiant as it swelled with arousal. Very sensitive, Chase noted. His latex-covered finger stroked down around the entrance of her pussy. He made no immediate attempt to enter, just let his digits swirl while. Alyssa felt her juices beginning to flow. Good natural lubrication, too, he observed clinically, letting the tip of his finger sink inside her. Alyssa felt a moan rising to her lips. His touch was having more than a clinical effect. It was making every nerve in her body sing in response. Excitement was rushing through her veins as his finger teased her pussy, gently touching her hymen with soft thrusts. "You're perfect," he murmured softly. "Of course your communication skills need a little work, my virginal brat." She made to complain, but he pressed the pad of his thumb over her clit and began massaging in slow circles, cutting her comment off before it could pass her lips. As sore as he'd made her with the spanking, he was making up for it with pleasure that was no longer a matter of clitoral rutting, but that came from deep inside her pulsing pussy. The deep massage made her hips lift off the bed, and suddenly she was glad for the stirrups, giving her something to brace against as she squirmed. Her pussy against his hand, wanting more of the sensations flooding her body, more richly than any had before. Chase slid a second finger inside, stretching her pussy and putting more pressure against her hymen. It felt so good, but all she could think was that it was going to feel even better when he filled her. "More," she whimpered. "Deeper. I can't go deeper without breaking this," he said, pressing gently against the barrier. "Then break it," she said. "I'm not saving it for Christmas dinner or something." He snorted. "You're obviously saving yourself for something, Alyssa. No woman gets to 26 years old a virgin without having some strong principles in one direction or another. I never spent enough time with anyone to like them enough to want them to do it," Alyssa said. "I work a lot." "You work a lot, and you have a talent for understatement," he said, letting his fingers twist slowly inside her, teasing the moist entrance of her body. The motion was making her pussy contract of its own accord in a futile attempt to draw what it obviously thought was a male member deeper inside. She was ready to be taken, ready to be filled, ready to have the barriers between her and a full experience of her femininity finally torn down. "Please," she moaned. "It should be you." Their eyes were locked. They both knew she wasn't talking about his fingers. She wanted the thicker, fuller part of him, the part designed to fit inside her willing pussy. Chase rose from the chair, discarding his gloves. She felt his hands on her hips, pushing her skirt higher as he leaned forward to kiss her deeply, their tongues dancing with physical eloquence. She reached out and touched his shirt-clad chest. "Take it off," she said, giving the orders if but for a moment. "Take it all off." Her wish was his command. Chase shed his shirt, revealing a torso and tone condition. His strength was evident in the hard, raised planes of his pectorals and the ridges of his abs. He was a handsome man with his clothes on. Without them, he was something more than a man. Dark fur covered his chest and traced in a thin line down toward his cock, drawing her eye inexorably to the turgid member that was already fully erect above large thighs. Alyssa had seen penises before, of course, but never in the context of one about to be inside her, and never one with such girth and length. She couldn't imagine how it was going to fit, how her body would ever accommodate him. He wrapped his hand around the shaft and stroked once or twice, before letting the head rest against her wet lips. She was taken aback by how hot it was. It warmed her pussy with its touch as he slid it slowly back and forth along the length of her sex. "Alyssa," his voice was a low, erotic growl. "This pussy is mine," he declared, speaking from primal urge. "You're mine." He pressed his cock against her clit, massaging her with her shared juices. She could see pre-cum already leaking from the little slit at the top. After just a few seconds, she was panting with need, willing to give him anything if only he'd give her what she'd been lacking for so long. Are you ready? She nodded. She'd been ready for what felt like forever. Slowly he let the head of his cock slide down her tender lips and press against the entrance, where they gave way to the aperture that had never before been breached by any man. With one hand on her hips, the other guiding his cock, Chase locked eyes with her as he pushed himself inside, the flared head of his cock slowly spreading her lips. Her mouth fell open in a moan, her muscles clenching as her pussy accepted him inside. There was pressure as his cock met her hymen, but there was no stopping it. She felt a brief sting as he pushed through and then slid deeper inside than she'd ever imagined was possible, giving her a sensation of fullness she had only been able to dream of before. That moment, she was wrapped around him, her pussy stretching to accommodate his girth as slowly but surely he slid all the way inside her. Alyssa had wondered how it would feel to have the full length of him. She was surprised to discover that it felt perfectly natural. Her body was designed to accommodate him, to clench around him and contract against him with pulsing need. Are you okay? There was genuine care in the question as he looked down at her with concern. Does it hurt? Not in any way that matters, she said, trying an experimental squirm of her hips. He was so deep that when she moved, her clit grazed against his pubic bone, which sent shivers of pleasure coursing through her body. He began moving slowly. Alyssa let out a moaning cry of lust and surprise as he drew the length of himself almost all the way out and then pushed back in, renewing the fullness in long, smooth strokes. If I knew this was what sex was like, she moaned, I would have done it sooner. He chuckled and kissed her, his tongue demanding submission from hers as he lovingly plundered her mouth and slowly pumped his hips back and forth. She could feel the tension in his body as he held himself back, making sure she was adjusting to the thickness of his cock inside her tender pussy. It was sweet, but her body had already adjusted and was greedy for all he had to give. Chase, she moaned. More, more. He pulled back and looked down at her as he drew his cock slowly out between her grasping lips. He paused for a moment, then slid himself back into her with one hard thrust, which culminated in his pubic bone grinding against her engorged clit as she wailed her pleasure. She saw the smile spreading across his face. You like it a little rougher? He repeated the treatment several more times, each hard thrust making her sore bottom rub against the bed, each stroke giving her indescribably deep pleasure. She reached for him, her hands on his forearms, as he began fucking her with harder thrusts. She could hear the wet sounds of her flowing juices being displaced as he thrust inside her over and over, stretching her pussy with powerful strokes. You're mine, Alyssa, he growled, his words making her pussy contract all the more. And this pussy is mine. I mean it, you understand? Yes, she moaned, lifting her hips. She was rewarded with a deeper thrust that left her quivering on his cock. There was more to the moment than mere sex. They were joined together in flesh and fluid. He had branded her deep inside, taken a piece of her that could never be given to any other, and now his cock was thrusting her toward a climax unlike any other. He picked up the pace further, his cock slamming in and out of her pussy with breathtaking power and speed. She took every thrust, her cunt clenching greedily, wanting the most out of every stroke. She was eager to be plundered, desperate for the fucking he was giving her. Just when she thought she was about to come, he stopped deep inside her and kissed her thoroughly. You feel like heaven, he murmured against her lips. I could do this forever. He accompanied the words with a slower thrusting that made her feel as though her pussy was rippling with pleasure. She'd thought the hard strokes would put her over the edge, but it was the slow, deep fucking that really made her pussy spasm. She was further surprised when he reached down one hand on each leg and lifted her feet out of the stirrups. He used his grasp to pull her down the bed and deeper onto his cock. Her bottom was halfway off the bed as he cupped her cheeks, drew her to the very edge of the bed, and thrust up inside her so deeply he touched parts of her pussy she hadn't known she had. With his strong arms wrapped around her, his mouth playing along the length of her neck with nibbles and kisses, and his cock surging deep inside her once virginal pussy, Alyssa felt powerful tremors surging through her body. This was no ordinary orgasm. This was the raw force of nature unleashed on every nerve in her body. Her moans turned to wanton cries as she wrapped her legs around his body and held her quivering frame hard against him as her pussy clamped down around his cock, demanding his seed. Her body got what it wanted. She felt answering pulses and thrusts inside her as Chase began to come, his seed shooting deep inside her freshly deflowered pussy. He was holding her as close as humanly possible, his lust tempered with tenderness as their mouths met, and he slowly slipped from her pussy, leaving a trail of thick white cum in his wake. "You're perfect," he murmured, his forehead pressed against hers. Alyssa smiled. She felt full of warmth and love as he caressed her hot cheeks in slow, curling motions of his fingers and held her close. "You're not bad yourself," she replied, earning a chuckle. "I'm glad." "You think so," he said, stroking her hair back from her face. "You're okay." "Okay isn't even in my vocabulary right now," Alyssa replied. She was more than okay. She felt like a new woman, one who was going to have an ache in her bottom and between her thighs, but who had just learned to experience life much more fully. "Thank you," she murmured, resting her head against his shoulder. "So polite," he murmured, turning his head to kiss her cheek. "You should go home and get some rest." Go home. She felt as though her home was there with him in that office, but practicality dictated that it would be difficult to live in the little cubby, so she had to agree. "I'd take you home with me," he said. "But you've got a kitty too." "Feet." Alyssa gave him a curious look. "How did you know about Frank?" He reached down and plucked a bit of white fluff off the hem of her skirt. "I recognize the signs," he winked. "Get some rest, and I'll pick you up. After work tomorrow." "Tomorrow? For what?" He smiled charmingly. "Our first date." Chapter 5. Alyssa's work day crawled. She spent most of the time daydreaming about what had taken place in his office the night before. The little time she did spend on matters of work seemed strangely flat. In the past, work had been everything to Alyssa. A new case had been the equivalent of a new love. Now that she knew what love was actually like, it was hard to go back to her old way of being. The files on her desk no longer held the same promise of litigious allure, so she ended up doing little more than shuffling paper until the hands of her office clock hit 5 o'clock. She rushed home to get ready. Chase was picking her up at 7. He'd sent her a text message to tell her to dress casually. Ordinarily, she would have been irritated by what seemed like an order of how to dress, but she appreciated the warning, which might very well save her from showing up to a backyard barbecue in pearls and an evening gown. Casual also meant that she could wear her favorite jeans, the ones that made her ass look shapely. She paired them with a light Angora sweater and comfortable boots. Her hair was the same as always, the semi-institutional bob that looked good with only a swift application of a brush. The doorbell rang. "Come on up," she said into the intercom, pressing the button to open the door. She was suddenly nervous as she gathered her things and pushed them into her purse. Chase was at the front door quicker than she thought possible, his firm knock ordering her to open. "Hello." He smiled down at her, pressing a kiss to her cheek. "Meow." Frank stood on the back of the couch, his tail curled in a curious question mark. "Meow to you too," Chase replied with amusement. "Are you ready?" "Alyssa." "MHM," she nodded. Why was she nervous? They'd slept together. Surely that was a bigger deal than going on a date. For some reason she felt almost shy as he reached out his hand to take hers and drew her close, pressing a kiss to her lips as he did. She was out the door before she knew it. It took a swat to her bottom. to remind her to lock up before they left. The location of their date was a surprise. That was all he would tell her. When they got to the place, she was surprised. It wasn't a restaurant, nor was it some typically romantic location by the river or in the park. A bright neon sign declared the name of the place, Putt-In World of Golf. Chase led her up to the cashier while she looked around the brightly lit scene replete with tiny houses, oddly shaped patches of fake green grass, and brightly colored balls. Mini golf? Really? Not what you expected? Chase's cheek dimpled in amusement as he handed her a putter. I expected a leather club, not a golf club. That's later, he winked. Come on. First hole's clear. There's got to be more to this, she said suspiciously. You can't really want to just play mini golf. Believe it or not, I want to spend time with you, he said. Time outside the hospital. Time where you're not getting yourself in trouble. I can't imagine you'd get yourself into trouble doing something like this. Mini golf is serious business, Alyssa said, dropping her ball on the tee point. I hope you're ready to lose. Competitive, are we? Chase laughed. If that's the case, what say? We put a bet on this. What? I win. We go back to my place and you get spanked. And if I win, what do you want? Alyssa bit her lower lip and thought. Then it came to her in a flash. The one thing that would make him feel like she did. If I win, then I spank. You. Chase snorted. I can't say I'm a switch. I don't know what that means, but it sounds like you're scared to lose. Very well, Brad, Chase said. Enjoy the next hour or so being able to sit, because you're going to have a very sore bottom when I get you home. A little thrill ran through Alyssa. This was going to be fun. Unbeknownst to Chase, she was quite good at mini golf. Growing up there had been a course across from their apartment. She played every weekend, and a lot during the week as well. If there was such a thing as mini golf professionals, she would have given serious thought to becoming one. Do you want to go first, or should I? Ladies first. Okay, so the ball goes on this little spot here. M.H.M. He was watching her as she placed her ball. The first hole was relatively simple. Shoot through the clown's mouth to a hole at the far end. It was made slightly more complicated by a slight rise toward the mouth and an angled dip on the other side. Alyssa took her first shot, missing the mouth by a couple of inches. The ball bounced back to her club. That wasn't fair, she pouted. The hole is too narrow. Take it again, he suggested. We'll call it a free shot. He was being nice. Maybe because he was nice, or maybe because he knew that if she played that badly, there was no chance of her winning. Alyssa ended up 3 over par at the first hole. Chase stepped up to the tee, lined up the head of his club, and tapped the ball lightly. It rolled up the lip, made its way through the clown's mouth, and dribbled down the other side where it rolled slowly but surely into the hole on his first shot. Oh my, Alyssa gave him a shocked look. You're good at this. This was a trap. He smiled and patted her bottom. Like I said, sweetheart, enjoy the rest of the game. Oh, it is on, she informed him tersely. The first hole was a par 2. Having given herself a 4-shot handicap, Alyssa was not happy. It was pretty obvious that Chase had played this particular course many times before. He played her the same way she planned on playing him, but better. There were 8 holes left, and she was going to have to play all of them under par, or hope he screwed up somehow. Chase didn't screw up. He made every single hole on par or under. You're pretty good at this, he noted when she came in under par on, a hole that involved specific timing to miss a spinning windmill blade. So are you. She didn't smile like he'd smiled. She'd been scowling since the first hole, more or less, knowing she was going to be spanked at the end of the game. It was pointless, really. He was already thrashing her. The game was just a long, drawn-out anticipation of getting her but whacked. There were 4 holes left. She placed her ball down, planning to neatly slot it through a series of angled concrete edges to make a hole in one. Her temper was putting her game off, however, so what should have been a smooth, straight swing turned into the ball hitting the wall and returning to her, settling about half an inch away from where she'd started. Ugh! She bent down, picked up her ball, and threw it into the pond. In a fit of pique, there was a brief moment of satisfaction when it hit the water in a splashing crown of spray, But that soon gave way to the realization that Chase was standing over her looking completely unimpressed. Now, why did you do that? His tone was still mild. She screwed her face up at him. This was all his fault. Because you're cheating. How am I cheating? By being, you knew you were good. You knew I didn't have a chance, and you made a bet to make me watch myself lose. If you hadn't thrown the first hole so you could make it dramatic, come back later, we would probably have ended the game in a draw. And now, you've thrown a tantrum. You've definitely lost. Come on, we're going home. I'm going home, Alyssa said stroppily. Alone. Chase had already taken steps back toward the reception. He turned. Back to her, his expression stern. That wasn't our agreement. Are you not a woman of your word? Alyssa shrugged. Maybe I'm not. He shook his head and walked back over to where she stood pouting. You know what I think? I think you're getting more and more out of control. Because you know you're getting closer and closer to a point of reckoning. That's why you're losing your composure. It's why you're behaving in this completely juvenile fashion. So you can stomp home if you want, and we can. Do this another day, or you can face the music tonight. There's no music, Alyssa insisted. There's just a stupid game, and a stupid bet, and you're stupid. Stop it. He said the words low and steady, no anger, just absolute firmness. We're going back to my place. There were no more words. He took her by the hand and led her from the mini-golf place, stopping only to return their clubs and the one remaining ball. Don't worry, the cashier said. We have to dredge that pond for balls quite regularly. That made Alyssa feel very silly. It wasn't just Chase she'd made a scene in front of, it was everybody. Thank God nobody she knew was in the habit of playing mini-golf. It could have been quite damaging to be seen. Behaving that way, as her temper cooled, she began to realize that she'd overreacted. I'm sorry, she said, standing outside his car. She was feeling quite silly. Now that the anger had abated, she actually couldn't believe how she'd behaved. That was... I'm not normally. You don't normally lose control of yourself, I know, he said. Interacting with me brings out a lot of things that aren't normal for you. Doesn't it? I suppose so. It's because you know you can, Chase said. You know that I'll keep you in line. I really don't think that's it. See, there's a part of you that already knows what's going on between us. Maybe you're not conscious of it yet, but you're already acting on it, which is why I'm going to take you back to my place and spank you until you feel better. Alyssa could have refused to get into his car, refused to go back to his place, but when he opened the passenger door, she sat down. Good girl, he said, leaning down to shut the door behind her. Put your seatbelt on, he said just before the door clicked shut. What on earth was she doing? Alyssa clicked her belt into place and wondered if she was going crazy. The man straight up told her he was going to subject her to physical discipline, and she went quietly as a lamb. Maybe he was right. Maybe there was some subconscious part of her that wanted what he was offering. Chase slid in beside her and started the car, a little smirk on his face. You were such a little brat in there, he chuckled. And a sore loser, too. Yeah, Alyssa said. It was all a ruse from the beginning. You set me up. A little, he admitted. But I didn't make you throw a tantrum, did I? In spite of the smile on his face and his evident amusement, she knew. She was in trouble. She fidgeted for the duration of the journey, nervous about what was going to happen, even more nervous at the prospect that she might actually deserve it. Before she knew it, they were back at his place. He was helping her take her coat off, offering her a hot drink. She refused it. Chase sat down right in the middle of his big couch and patted his thigh. Then come here, and we'll get started. She edged toward him, just far enough that she was within arm's length. He took over then, drawing her close and carefully tipping her down over the couch and his thighs. The position was surprisingly comfortable, thanks to the length and softness of the couch. His lap felt good beneath her. Hips, too, the hard but rounded ridges of his thighs evoking the hardness of another part of his anatomy. As he had before, Chase smoothed his hand over the seat of her jeans. Everything will be coming down, he told her. We'll be finishing this spanking on your bare bottom, but I'll start it over your jeans to give you a chance to warm up. Okay. Alyssa didn't know what the proper response to that information was. His hand clapped down against her cheeks in a slap that was not overly hard. After a moment, she felt a little tingling spreading below the fabric of her jeans and panties, spreading across the seat of her bottom. "You have been getting more and more out of line since we met," he said, slapping her bottom a second time. "Some of it is probably my fault. How do you figure that?" "The first rule of dealing with a bratty woman is that you have to stay on top of her," he said, landing several more firm swats to the rounds of her cheeks. "You need your bottom spanked daily. But you spanked me yesterday, Al." Either the intensity of the slaps themselves was building, or her bottom was becoming more tender. She was feeling a heat already building beneath her clothes. "More than once a day, then," he said, slapping her bottom firmly. "Morning and night, spaced no more than 12 hours apart, lest you forget what it feels like to have a hot bottom and revert to your old ways." His free arm cinched closer around her waist, and the intensity picked up again. There was no doubt left that it was a spanking designed to make her repent. His hand fell heavy and hard, making her gasp as each stroke left its aching print on her poor bottom. "You're going to learn to behave all over again," he said as he hitched his right thigh up, putting her bottom in an even more vulnerable angle, and started spanking fast and firm. "You will keep your temper," he asserted, "and you will certainly not take it out on innocent people and things." Alyssa couldn't have argued if she wanted to. Her mouth was occupied, whimpering as the thudding swats tenderized her bottom. He paused for a moment. The brief reprieve did not bring much in the way of relief. It merely gave the spanking a chance to settle into her cheeks as he reached underneath her, unbuttoned her jeans, and told her to slide them down over her hips. Bearing herself for a spanking was new. Alyssa's hands went to the waistband of her jeans and began pushing them down slowly. They were tight enough there was no easy task, but little by little the curve of her bottom came into view as the heavy denim abandoned its post. Now only the thin, pink satin of her panties stood between his palm and her bottom. It was not going to be enough. Chase rubbed her bottom for a moment. "Do we have an understanding? This is what they call coercion," Alyssa replied unwisely. "While you're inflicting this punishment, it's safe to say that nothing I say can be trusted." "Oh, is that so?" He swatted the exposed part of her lower cheek. "Then once this is done, you can stand in the corner until you decide how you really feel about things." He resumed the spanking. Her cheeks, already primed for his palm, received the swats with a little more ease than they otherwise would have. That wasn't to say it wasn't uncomfortable. There was a great deal more sting than there had been before. "You really don't know how to control that mouth of yours. Sometimes, do you?" he said as he punished her. She was hobbled by her jeans, so she couldn't squirm properly as the heat grew hotter and her bottom got sore. He was right. She really didn't know how to control her mouth or any other part of herself when it came to Chase Wright. "Control is overrated," she said. "So are spankings." "Is that so?" He chuckled at her rebellion. She felt his hand trace up the center of her cheeks, and then his fingers hook in the band of her panties. They came down devastatingly slowly, as if he was making a point. Little by little, she felt her bottom exposed to the cooler air of the room. The room was warm, but her bottom was already hot and about to get a whole lot hotter. "Probably best not to mouth off during a spanking," he said mildly, cupping her bare cheeks. "It's not as if you don't already have enough to atone for." Alyssa shut her mouth and scowled at the arm of the couch. This was all terribly undignified, the bearing of her bottom while he remained entirely clothed, the lecturing, the patronizing tone, the damn spanking itself. She was hitting a point of grumpiness that made any kind of submission completely impossible. "You know what I think, Eek?" He'd started the spanking again. Hard, fast. His palm fell across her cheeks, slapping one, then the other in a punitive blaze that left her gasping. The spanking had begun in earnest. She'd thought it had started long before, but this new hot burning sensation told her that everything up to that point had been a warm-up, love taps really. "Chase!" She squealed his name, kicking her legs in protest as he blazed hot fire against her bottom. Don't kick, he ordered. You'll disturb the stitches. You beating me is disturbing the stitches. A hand spanking is not a beating, he said. Now settle down. You earned every swat of this, Alyssa. Consider yourself fortunate that I don't. Take the back of a brush to your bottom. You wouldn't. I would, he said. We had a friendly little bet, which you turned into a forum for a display of your temper, and now you're getting the spanking, and you're insisting on making it worse for yourself. I won't tolerate misbehavior, Alyssa, especially not when I'm disciplining you. He was serious. The spanking was more than foreplay. It actually meant something to him. Alyssa didn't like the slight hint of disappointment in his tone. It made her feel guilty for being grumpy when being grumpy was a totally natural reaction to being punished. I don't want to hear another smart word out of you, he said, cupping her bottom. Right, she said. Stupidity from here on out. That's it, he said. He helped her to stand, then led her to a corner of his living room, her jeans still around her thighs. They slipped to her knees as she waddled in his grasp. Stay here, he said firmly. I'm getting the brush. Alyssa looked at the corner of the walls with incredulity. Was this really happening? Was she actually in trouble just for that little wisecrack? Was she, a grown woman, really standing in a corner with her bright red bottom on display? It seemed so. She could hear him walking down the hall to what was presumably his bedroom. A second or two later, he was coming back. A glance out of the corner of her eye told her that he hadn't been kidding. He was holding a large, square wood-backed hairbrush in his hand. You are not using that on me, she said, turning out of the corner. You can't. I told you not to be mouthy twice, he informed her. She noted that. He'd rolled his sleeves up, exposing his intimidatingly toned forearms. And I told you what the consequence would be if you did. You chose this, don't act. Otherwise, now bend over the back of the couch. When she didn't immediately obey him, he did it for her, pulling her over to the couch and making her tip over so her hand were on the seat, and her bare bottom was high in the air. He put one hand on her lower back to steady her, then plied the brush against her bottom without any further warning. She yowled as would bit against her skin, the sensation totally different to his hand. There was no give in the brush, no soft organic curling to the curve of her bottom. There was only the hard, unyielding straight surface bounding against her skin with swift strokes that left her squirming and whimpering plaintively. Chase delivered a total of 6 strokes, 3 to each cheek before pausing. Do we have an understanding? He let his hand drift down over her bottom, briefly soothing her stinging flesh. Yes, she sniffed, feeling very sorry for herself. Are you ready to go back over my knee without the brush? Yes, she repeated. He helped her up and led her around the couch, letting her kick off her jeans on the way. Her panties fell off with them, leaving her bare from the waist down. It hurts, she whimpered as he pulled her back down across his lap. I know, he said, briefly rubbing her bare bottom. His long, strong fingers danced over her tender skin, trailed briefly between her cheeks, and down over her hip, then back again. It's supposed to sting, so next time you think about misbehaving, you remember that there's a consequence you won't like. This more than stings. He spanked her again, the flat of his fingers catching the underside of her bottom in a way that made both cheeks jiggle. This is far from a severe punishment, Alyssa. This is an introduction, a taste of what you're getting yourself into if you decide you want to be with me. How does it feel? I told you how it feels. It hurts. I don't mean physically, he said, patting her bottom. I mean, emotionally. I don't know. She had a whole lot of feelings swirling around inside her. Some of them were angry, affronted. Others were aroused. And still others were accepting and even somewhat relieved. We're going to finish this off hard and fast, he said. It's going to sting. I need you to try and keep your legs as still as possible. Okay? Kicking and carrying on isn't allowed when you're being disciplined anyway. Well, that's just how. He'd started the spanking again, and like he promised, it was hard and it was fast. His palm came down more times than she could count, and each Tama did it bought with it a fresh cargo of sound and sting. Her bottom jiggled back and forth beneath his hand, her legs spreading as her hips swayed in futile attempt to escape the punishment. One particularly frantic squirm brought her clit into contact with the fabric of his pants, and in an instant the entire experience was transformed. She had been so busy concentrating on how sore her but was she hadn't paid any attention to how wet she was getting. The contact of her clit against his leg changed that. She pushed herself forward, grinding her hips against his thigh as he spanked with those hard, disciplinary swats. She still felt their heat and their sting, but there was a third consequence now, a jolting bolt of pleasure that shot through her lower body with every slap. Over and over his hand fell, and her cries grew louder. She was so close, so sore, but just seconds away from climax when his arms suddenly unwound from her waist, and his hand curled in the hair at the back of her neck. "Don't you dare come," he growled in her ear, his hand still swatting her hard and fast, turning her cheeks into two great glowing orbs. "If you come, I'm going to spank your cunt." His sudden aggression combined with the dirty talk sent Alyssa over the edge. She came immediately, her orgasm rushing through her in total defiance of his wishes. She shook and squirmed, grinding herself against his thigh with frantic, wanton abandon. There was nothing ladylike about the way she came, arching against his thighs, legs spread in a desperate invitation for penetration. Chase sighed as she collapsed against him, thoroughly spent and sated. "I thought I told you not to come," he said, releasing the grip on her hair. "Can you not follow the simplest instruction, Alyssa? Or do you insist on defying me?" "I couldn't help it," she whimpered. "You were too hot." His hand slid from her bottom to cup her pussy, tapping her wet lips lightly. "Flattery will get you everywhere." "I swear," she gasped. "I didn't mean to. I couldn't help it. I don't." It didn't seem a matter if she could help it or not. He was spanking her orgasm-drenched pussy, his long fingers stinging her wet lips in quick, short slaps that made her squirm and yelp. Her thighs were spread wantonly, her clit still pulsing against his thigh as he punished her pussy. "Chase!" She whined his name as she wriggled back and forth, finding herself completely helpless even though he was barely holding her in place. Her climax had left her weak, and the touch of his fingers against her wet, willing lips was enough to make her hips jump and grind. "Please, Chase." Alyssa's tone became more plaintive. "I'm sorry." Oh, that stings." The flat of his forefingers came down between her thighs, with enough punitive power to make her jolt. "Keep your legs spread," he drawled just as she tried to close them. Her pussy was starting to feel the effects of disobedience, and she was starting to wish she'd tried a little harder to obey him. "But Alyssa," he said her name in a dominant drawl that made her reluctantly part her thighs again, allowing him access to her naughty, greedy pussy. He rubbed her lips softly, then slapped again, each stroke relatively light, but more than enough to make her already puffy lips swell in response. He spanked her until her whimpers started to grow more high-pitched, and each little slap drew forth a reflexive impulse to close her thighs. She kept them open, though, doing her best to be somewhat obedient for once. Chase must have noticed her efforts. His fingers stilled for a moment. "I suppose if you don't have the self-control necessary to refrain from throwing a fit over a game, it's no real surprise you don't know how to control your orgasm yet. So, am I forgiven? Is it over?" "Oh no." Chase petted her still quivering pussy. "It's not. We're not." Ending on a note of defiance, "Miss Alyssa, but I think there's a way you can. Make it up to me." She could feel the way pressed against her thigh. Chase unzipped his erection and let his cock spring free of his pants. He was long and thick with a flared head already dripping with pre-cum. "Show me if you could be a good girl," he said, helping her to shuffle back on a couch, so she was on her knees, her bare spanked bottom and hot, spanked pussy exposed as she bent down and let her lips drift over the head of his cock. The effect was immediate. Chase moaned as she let the tip of her tongue trace around the head of his cock, then let her tongue swirl lower, lapping around the length of his shaft, as if it were a big, thick stick of candy. She lifted her eyes to his and saw lust and approval in his gaze. His pupils dilated as she opened her mouth and let her lips wrap around him fully, taking his thick rod into the depths of her mouth in one long, slow stroke. "Alyssa," he groaned. "That's so good." She wrapped her hand around the base of his cock and lifted her mouth away for a moment. "So I'm good now?" "Oh, you're still a brat," he said, leaning over to swat her bottom. Lightly, she put her mouth back on his cock, and the swatting stopped. Alyssa had not spent many hours pleasuring a man, but she found it rather enjoyable. There was a modicum of control in the act as she let her lips wrap tightly around his turgid flesh and felt him shiver in response. Every motion of her tongue produced a tangible response in the form of a moan or a groan or a small thrust deeper in her mouth. His hand stroked through her hair, then tightened at the nape of her neck. He was starting to move his hips more, starting to take her mouth rather than being a passive recipient. To Alyssa's surprise, she liked that too. The thrusting of his cock over her tongue reminded her of how it felt when he was inside her, when that same thick member parted her lips and plundered her pussy. Moaning around his rod, she dedicated her lips and tongue to the task of pleasuring him. His growls turned to grunts of need as the thrust became shorter and harder. She could feel his cock twitching in her mouth, and there was a slightly salty taste as he got closer and closer to unleashing his seed. "Such a good girl," he praised breathlessly. "Such a good little cocksucker." The words were filthy, but they made her pussy quiver. From anyone else they would have been derogatory, but he used them with such care and pride that she herself felt proud to have her mouth taken and used by his cock. "Alyssa," he cried her name and pushed deep inside her mouth, delivering his load over the back of her tongue and directly down her throat. He pulled out, still spurting seed, which coated her tongue and a little of her lips. There was not time for her to wipe it off. It was still lingering in her mouth when he kissed her and asked the only question that really mattered. "Do you think you can live like this, Alyssa? Can you be mine?" "What do you mean?" The question was hard to understand. A normal man might have been asking her to be his girlfriend, but Alyssa sensed there was more to it with Chase. "If you mind, there are rules," he said. "Rules you need to follow, and be disciplined if you don't." "What rules?" "For one, I want you to call me every morning when you get up, assuming we haven't spent the night together." "Are you sure you want a phone call?" Alyssa asked the question with a cheeky grin, forgetting the reason her bottom was still so hot and sore. "Maybe one of those electronic leashes would work." "No, I got it. You can enable the tracking on my phone and keep tabs on my whereabouts at all times." "Sarcasm will get you spanked," Chase drawled. "Besides, it's not about keeping track of you. It's about checking in with one another and making sure you start the day off on the right foot, remembering whose you are." "Okay," Alyssa said. "What else?" "Two, there will be no orgasms without my express permission." "What?" "Your pleasure is my pleasure," he informed her. "And your pussy is mine. You don't lay a finger on that sweet cunt of yours without asking my permission." "You have to be kidding." "I'm not," he said. "Part of being mine is surrendering your body to me." "This is intense," Alyssa said, feeling curling tendrils of doubt. I mean, I'm not seriously going to ask your permission every time I want to touch myself." "Yes, you are." "Do you know why?" "I have no idea. Because when you ask me for permission, you'll feel how owned you are, right in the center of your soul. And that's going to make you feel connected and safe in a way you can barely begin to imagine." He spoke with a quiet sincerity that made her put her doubts aside for the moment. "We're both busy people," he said. "Sometimes it is going to be hard to get time together. That's why we do these things, to remember who we are and what we are. And you? What will you be doing? Will you be sending me a text message every time you want to touch your penis?" "I'll be keeping tabs on you, little Miss Mouth," he drawled. "I'll be making sure you follow my rules and enforcing consequences if you don't. Your job is obedience. Mine is leadership. They're two sides of the same coin." A coin that gives you the right to do anything you want and means I can't even touch myself. You know I'm not going to be able to do this, don't you? I know you're going to test these limits. I know you're probably going to earn yourself a discipline session or two, but I also know ultimately this will make us both happy. He held her close. You don't have to worry about failing this, Alyssa. All you have to do is be willing to follow my lead, and the rest will fall into place. I never was much of a follower, Alyssa murmured. Part of her already knew that he was right, and that part was making her loins tingle at almost everything he said. She was going to be in so much trouble soon. She could feel it, and he knew it, and it excited them both. It's all part of the process, Chase said. I know adjusting to these rules won't be easy, but I can promise that it will be worth it. And there's one more thing. What? Tomorrow, you're getting a full rectal exam. Before she could respond, he cut off her inevitable objection with another passionate kiss. Chapter 6. The rest of the date had been fairly vanilla. They'd ordered pizza and watched a movie curled up on the couch together. It was nice, but Alyssa had to do it all on a bottom that ached every time it touched something solid. She stayed over at his place that night, and once again they made love. This time it was slower and more tender, but it left her no less sated in the end. Alyssa fell asleep in Chase's arms as content as she ever had been. The next day, they parted at the doors of the hospital and went their own separate ways. Caught up in the business at hand, it was almost lunchtime before she saw him again. On her way to a meeting, she happened to catch sight of Chase halfway down the hall, talking to a nurse. He was smiling, the dimples in his cheeks making a charming appearance. The nurse was all but swooning. Alyssa didn't blame her. When Chase was nice, he was very, very nice. Somehow, in the midst of the hospital bustle, he looked up and straight at her. It was like he had some kind of supernatural sense where she was concerned. Alyssa looked away quickly, hoping that he hadn't seen her, but knowing that they had made eye contact, so really he must have. Damn it, if he talked to her, he would probably try to drag her off for the examination. He mentioned, instead of going past him to where the elevators were, she pushed open the nearest door, which happened to be the door to the stairwell. Escape. Well, not really an escape. He would find her in her, but would be his. But a girl could try to evade having her bottom examined. There was no rule against that. She made her way up the stairs as quickly as she could, but the muscles in her buttocks soon clenched instinctively as she heard the stairwell door open behind her. Swift steps closed the distance between them, and then he was upon her, or near enough to it. What are you doing? His smooth question carried just a hint of censure out of the gate. That wasn't fair. Going to a meeting, she explained, clutching her manila folder like a talisman against spanking. I mean, why are you taking the stairs? There are perfectly good elevators. It's good for me. Exercise, you know. It's not good for your leg. It's fine. You stitch me up nicely. They're not going anywhere. Don't you dare do that. Do what? Handle me like one of your clients or legal opponents, Chase said firmly. I know what you're doing, and it isn't going to work. I told you not to do any undue exercise. That includes taking the stairs in a hurry to run away. For what you know is happening later. Not everything is about you and your rectal fetish, Alyssa replied, perhaps unwisely. I'm just trying to get on with my life. I have work to do. There's no time to wrap myself in cotton wool. The elevator is quicker than the stairs, he said. You looked right at me when you came in here. Are you going to lie to me? Pretend you weren't. Trying to see what I'd do. He had her banged to rights. She was playing the games he was accusing her of, but that didn't mean she was okay with having her bottom slapped. It hurt. Challenging him was far more enjoyable than reaping the consequences. Alyssa was used to winning confrontations, but with Chase, she ultimately always found herself on the losing end of a swift palm. You're a brat, little Miss Lawyer, he said, lowering his voice to a purr, and there's no use pretending otherwise. Alyssa bit her lower lip to stop herself from saying something that would end up making her bottom sting more. I'll see you in my office at 3 p.m., he said, dropping a kiss on her forehead. Don't be late. Something clenched low in Alyssa's stomach. sensations of curiosity, arousal, and a little bit of fear. 3 o'clock rolled around, and Alyssa was not in the exam room. She was in the cafeteria, somewhere she judged to be relatively free of chase. Right. A corner booth gave her a good lookout over the comings and goings, which were frequent. She felt mildly guilty, hiding from him, but she really didn't want to go through the indignity of a rectal exam. Her phone had buzzed several times. She didn't look at it. Looking at it would make the trouble she was in real. Instead, she sat with her hot chocolate and the free magazine that came in the newsstand at the door and filled out the crossword as if nothing were wrong. At 3:30 p.m., she figured she would be in the clear. Chase was a busy man. He didn't have time to chase errant patients around the hospital, and the room would almost certainly be in use by someone else by then. Time waited for no man, and a hospital was even less patient. The irony of the thought made her smirk as she tossed her paper cup into the trash and made her way back up to her office. Well, Chase purred from behind her desk. I didn't think you'd be back so soon. We're going to be early. What do you mean? I booked time for your examination at 4:30, he said, pushing back his cuff to check his watch. And we're a whole hour early, which gives me plenty of time to spank your bottom for trying to avoid this. There was still time to back out of the room. Chase wouldn't like it, but Alyssa didn't feel like being in trouble at that exact moment. Don't you dare, he said, his voice lowering to a serious growl. Come here, Alyssa. Close the door first. Chase. No trying to argue your way out of this one, he said. You and I both know that you disobeyed me. You weren't where you were supposed to be, and you didn't answer your phone. Maybe I was working. Were you? No, Alyssa admitted. But, no buts, he said. No buts aside from your but over my lap now. Chase, she could hear the whine in her voice. It wasn't going to help her any. He was looking extremely serious, the handsome lines of his face emphasized by an expression of pure sternness. She felt a little melting, trickle low in her belly, a twinge of excitement. It was probably wrong, but she got a certain thrill from seeing him look at her that way. Come here, Alyssa. He crooked his finger at her. By the time she reached his side, she was already slick with her own juices. Truth be told, she had been excited from the moment she decided not to make the appointment. Rebellion was its own reward. Chase clamped his hand around her wrist and tugged firmly, pulling her down over his lap. Her hips hit his thighs squarely in another excited bolt of electricity shot through her body. You knew it was going to end this way, didn't you? He swatted her, bottom hard. There was none of the slow starts of the previous spankings. He was heading into this one at full force, his palm making her bottom jiggle. Underneath her professional skirt, clothes were an illusion. Her true identity was the disobedient brat, being taken to task over her master's knee. Strange how a concept that had been foreign just weeks ago was suddenly so natural. She managed to think about it for all of 30 seconds before the heat and sting of the spanking distracted her completely. Have you touched your pussy? The question caught her off guard. Then she remembered it was one of his rules. I haven't had a chance, she said, her cheek getting the better of her. Again, she earned another hard swat for that. Then he swept her skirt up and her panties down. In an instant, she was bare over his thighs, his strong hand patting her bottom and running down the crevice between her cheeks. He touched her pussy for her, and she let out a little moan. You need to be serviced again, he murmured. But first, let's see how this bottom hole of yours responds to a little penetration. Her whine of complaint was ignored as he reached for the lubricant and began dabbing it on the tight, winking butt of her bottom. What a sight. She must have made a businesswoman in professional attire with her bare bottom being spanked and lubricated by a stern doctor. She was turning into quite a wanton woman, and she couldn't find it in herself to care. The real punishment was not the spanking. It was the fact that her poor pussy was going completely unattended while he slowly began pressing his finger against her bottom, coaxing the sphincter into relaxation with gentle rubbing and probing, gasping and blushing. Alyssa could do little as he transcended the barrier of her bottom and sank inside her, To her surprise, it didn't hurt. It even felt a little good and a lot naughty. "You're taking this very well," he praised, rewarding her by letting his remaining fingers drift back and forth over her increasingly wet pussy. "I thought we had time booked in your office," she moaned. "I can do the first part of the examination here," he replied, pressing his finger deeper into her bottom. "I just need to be good and thorough, make sure that your anus is well-conditioned for what I have intended." You're my girl," he said, "and my girl takes my cock in her bottom." "What?" Alyssa tried to struggle up, but all she earned herself was a hard swat to her left cheek and the removal of the fingers that had been pleasuring her pussy. She was left with the lubricated finger sliding slowly deeper in her bottom, claiming more of her flesh. "How does having my finger in your bottom make you feel?" She didn't know what to say. "Vulnerable, I can imagine," he said, and owned. When a woman takes a man in her bottom, there's no way she can pretend that she's not under his control. It's an act of submission as much as sex. Alyssa blushed. He knew exactly how she was feeling. Every little squirm of her bottom, every wriggle of her red cheeks seemed to give away her thoughts. He slowly withdrew his finger and patted her cheeks. "Let's go to my office," he said. "We'll need the stirrups for this, I think." Resistance was pointless. Alyssa straightened her clothes and accompanied him from her office to his. They walked through the halls together, looking perfectly professional. Nobody who passed them knew that her bottom was still well lubricated and that her pussy was wet. "Take your clothes off, Ms. Winters." Chase gave the order as soon as they were safely in the confines of his office. She hesitated, not out of concern, but out of desire to see what he would do. She was feeling naughty and excited. A warm bottom hadn't changed her appetite for mischief. Chase washed his hands, and when she still hadn't removed her clothing, he decided to help her do it. "We'll do a breast exam first," he said, sliding her blouse off her shoulders. The snap of her bra didn't last long either. He flicked it off as if it were nothing, leaving her standing topless in his office. She couldn't help but smile as he cupped one breast, then the other, letting his thumb drift across her nipple gently. "Well-shaped and free of any masses," he noted, caressing her. "The same can't be said for your pants," she quipped in response. "There's a notable mass at the front." Chase smirked at her. "You have that effect on me," he said. "Now, take the rest of your clothes off." She obeyed, but slowly, teasing him with the slow slide of her skirt, and then the removal of her panties, which she achieved not by pushing them down her thighs, but by peeling them over her bottom and down her legs. In very short order, she was left with just her heels and stockings on. "You can leave the rest," he said, his voice husky with arousal. "God, you're beautiful." Alyssa smiled. His appreciation was so genuine, it made her feel as though she were the most beautiful woman in the world, the equal of any movie star. He moved toward her and let his hand run down her back and over her bare bottom, tapping lightly as he caressed her warm cheeks. Reaching over, he lowered the bed until it was just above his knees. "Get on," he ordered. "Hands and knees, spread legs. Let me see your pretty pussy." Alyssa obeyed, taking position facing away from him. Her thighs were spread enough that she could peer down between them and see the long line of his strong legs standing behind her. She heard the sound of a zipper. Then a moment later, the head of his cock was stroking against her lips. "This isn't true," he said. "You're too perfect not to fuck." The thick head of his cock made a pass along the length of her pussy. Then he pressed inside her with a growl of arousal. She was already wet from the spanking and the teasing, so he slid in smoothly all the way to the hilt. "There's no reason why I cannot conduct an anal exam with my cock inside you," he informed her. He reached over, put on latex gloves, and proceeded to part her cheeks and dab fresh lubricant against her bottom hole, all the while slow fucking her. Alyssa did not complain. A full pussy made it much easier to acquiesce as he began fingering her bottom with one glove-covered finger. The latex made his digits slide more easily. She found him going deep all the way to his palm, with his cock keeping her pussy happy, she found the intrusion quite erotic. So did he, evidently. She could feel him growing thicker inside her ass. He slowly finger-fucked her bottom, putting a second finger in to stretch her. Further, she whimpered a little, but he paid her complaints no mind as he tenderly, carefully explored her bottom. "You have a very nice anal passage," he informed her with a short thrust. "Well-toned, tight, perfect for my cock." "You can't fuck my bottom," she whimpered. "I already am," he replied, pressing his fingers a little deeper, then withdrawing them to begin the process all over again. Each penetration was easier than the one before it, and each penetration made her pussy clench and tingle around the hard rod of his cock. He took her that way for a few minutes, training her bottom to accept his fingers. She was almost sad when he pulled his fingers out and snapped his gloves off and into a wastebin nearby. Her bottom felt strangely bereft of substance, but that was not the case for long. Chase held her by the hips and drew his cock out her pussy, pressing it to her bottom hole instead. She squirmed a little, but it only earned her a stern slap and a single-word command. Still, whimpering softly more out of need than anything, Alyssa held position while Chase slowly but surely fed his cock into her bottom hole. The lubrication and fingering had loosened her a little, but his cock was a much greater proposition. He went slowly, sinking in her little by little and stopping often. "You're being very good," he praised, letting one hand drift forward to fondle her breast while the other curled around her hip and found her clit. She was impaled on his cock, with his fingers expertly manipulating her erogenous zones so that her pussy pulsed and her body flushed with erotic need. "Just a little more," he said, sinking deeper still. She gasped as he slid all the way home, filling her with his cock. "Good girl," he praised, stroking her hair as he held himself deep, giving her time to adjust to the girth inside her bottom. Her reward was his fingers playing with her pussy, tending to her clit, as she slowly squirmed her hips. It took a few minutes for her to adjust to the length and thickness of him, but soon he was stroking slowly in and out of her bottom, his cock sliding into her anus almost as smoothly as it had her pussy. She'd never felt so full before, so completely and utterly taken. Her body was his, and he knew her mind almost better than she knew herself. As Chase began to pick up the pace, strumming her clit while he pumped his cock into her bottom over and over, Alyssa's heart soared on wings of endorphins. Her body was flooded with an intense sense of connection, a love that went far deeper than that she'd seen expressed on Valentine's Day cards or in the movies. This love, this lust, this joining was far deeper and more powerful than she had ever understood it could be, and every stroke sliding into her most intimate spot proved it over and over. "Mine," he growled, biting the back of her neck as he sank himself deep inside her. The bite was the trigger she needed. She gasped as the convulsions of orgasm rushed upon her, her spasming pussy clenching at nothing as her bottom contracted and her clit released hot bolts of pleasure that arced through her body. She climaxed with one word on her lips, drawn out in one lone cry of existential climax. Me in. Chapter 7. 3 weeks later, Alyssa had never been happier. Her stitches had come out. She and Chase were enjoying dating, although she didn't always enjoy the discipline that she seemed to earn almost every day. She had been called out of the hospital for the morning, apparently. Joyce wanted to speak with her. It was all rather exciting, and Alyssa was secretly hoping for a promotion. She'd been doing an excellent job at Memorial General, a perfect success rate. Not a single settlement had been paid out since she started. The administration was thrilled with her. She could only imagine that Joyce was too. Personal interviews with Joyce Winstead were rare. Alyssa had exchanged probably fewer than 100 words with the woman since starting at Winstead and Heath. She had groomed herself especially for the meeting. Not a hair was out of place, her lipstick was perfectly and subtly applied, her skirt was sitting right below knee length, long enough to be modest, not so long that it made her appear frumpy. As she stepped through the door to Joyce's lair, her loins were girded and her spirits were high. Those feelings lasted all of 3 seconds. Alyssa. Joyce said her name as if it were an epithet. Alyssa's heart plummeted toward her shined shoes. I've been hearing things. Oh, yes. Alyssa tried to keep her tone light and professional. You seem to have settled in at Memorial General, Joyce said. Blair, Sherry would like to sign you for a 3-year contract. Joyce's lips were thinned, pressed together between every other word. She exuded displeasure in a way that made Alyssa feel faintly nauseous. That's good news, isn't it? It would be if I hadn't also heard that you've entered a carnal relationship with one of the doctors. Is that true? There's a closeness, Alyssa admitted. But I didn't send you to Memorial General to have sex with the doctors. Joyce interrupted, her wizened fingers clasped before her. And I don't need to tell you that our firm does not have a reputation for fucking the clients any way besides financially. Joyce's harsh humor was not lost on Alyssa, but neither of them smiled. It's not like that, Alyssa tried to explain. Chase and I, well, you're on first-name terms, that's something, Joyce said. Listen, I'm going to make this simple. Stop fucking the clients or clear out your desk. We're in a relationship, Alyssa stammered. Stop fucking the client. No, relationship with the client. Joyce spoke slowly and carefully as if Alyssa might be somewhat mentally challenged. Do you understand? Yes, ma'am, Alyssa said, blinking hard so sudden tears would not cloud her eyes. You can go. Alyssa went, glad that she was no longer based in the main office and no longer had to put on a brave face for the benefit of her colleagues. She only had to maintain her composure until she got to the car. As soon as she shut the door, she burst into tears. She cried all the way from the parking lot to Chase's house. Being censured by Joyce Winstead was about the worst thing that had happened to her in her entire career. She was lucky that it hadn't been a written warning, but she had no doubt that it would appear on her record and would certainly be brought up every time she came up for any kind of review. Sniffling, she knocked on the door. It was Chase's day off. He probably wasn't home. He opened the door, first with a smile, then with a look of concern as she collapsed against him, crying fresh tears. What's wrong? He caught her and held her close, brushing away her tears with the pad of his thumb as he looked into her eyes with concern. Alyssa, what happened? Someone told my boss about us, she sniffed, and my boss told me. I have to end it with you, or I'm fired. I see, he said, drawing her into the house and closing the door behind him. Try to calm down, and let's talk about this. I have to look for another job. I have to quit. It looks better if I quit. Don't be hasty. Chase drew her down on the couch to sit with him. You're upset. Never make any important decisions when you're upset. I really don't need a lecture right now, she said, going stiff in his arms. I don't need to be told what to do or how to do it. I'm not going to let Joyce tell me who I can and cannot love. If you and I can't be together, then what's the point of a job? Chase nodded, staying silent, but she could sense he did not agree. She didn't understand why. He had no stake in her job. He certainly had no reason to try and preserve it. Unless maybe he didn't want to date a jobless loser. Would you not want me if I was unemployed? She looked up into his face and was just as concerned when he chuckled and shook his head. Your employment status is not what makes me want you, he reassured her. I just don't want you to throw away everything you've worked for. Your job is more than your job. It's your life. Heck, your identity is so tied up in being a lawyer. I'll still be a lawyer, Alyssa said, just not an employed one. She tried to force one of her normal cheeky smiles, but she couldn't quite manage it. Her lower lip was still quivering, making any expression of happiness impossible. He was right in a sense. Since she'd started college, all she'd wanted to do was work for Winstead and Heath. She'd summer interned for them for years before being accepted as a junior associate. She'd had her whole career mapped out, culminating in an offer of partnership at the ripe age of 30. Now her dream was melting before her eyes, and there was nothing she could do, or rather, nothing she would do. "We'll work this out," he reassured her. "It's going to be okay." He rubbed her back and drew her into an embrace so comforting and close that she couldn't stay upset. He was like a drug. His scent, his touch, it made the whole world go away, made everything seem better. She snuggled against him, curling her legs up under her body as she buried her nose in his chest. He stroked her hair and murmured comforting words. "I can't believe this is happening," she murmured against the fabric of his shirt. Everything was just starting to go so well. "It's not the end of the world," he said, letting his hand drift down to cup her bottom. "There are hiccups in every career, but this one could ruin mine. If Winstead and Heath fire me, then I'll have to explain in every job interview I ever have that I started a relationship with a client." She took a deep breath. "I'm going to quit." "No," he said firmly. "You're not going to quit. If you do anything, you're going to tell your boss that you've broken off the relationship." Alyssa looked up at him. "You want me to lie to my boss?" "Listen," he said. "I think it's better if we do cool things for a time. There are ways." "You're breaking up with me?" She pushed away from him in shock. Alyssa, the single word told her all she needed to know. He wasn't denying it. He was really suggesting that they not be together. Her nerves, already frayed from the interview with Joyce, went completely berserk, cutting out any sense or thought aside from the fact that she had been threatened with losing her job, and now she was losing her relationship. "You're breaking up with me." "Calm down, Alyssa," he said firmly. "I'm just saying there are smart ways to handle things, and the smart way to handle things is to keep your boss happy until we can come to some arrangement. I know right now this seems like the end of the world. Don't you dare patronize me," she fumed. "Don't you dare break up with me and tell me it's for my own good. Did you ever like me at all?" "I liked you, and I still like you very much," he said, his expression still filled with that awful pity that made her feel worse than if he'd just told her outright that he didn't like her anymore. It was one thing to be dumped, something else entirely to be patronized and pitted and dumped anyway. With tears running down her face, Alyssa gathered everything close at hand. Some of her stuff was still in the bathroom, some in the bedroom, but she had no intention of walking through his place, picking her stuff up. All she wanted to do was get out and as far away as possible. "Alyssa, wait, we need to talk." "There's nothing to say," she said, just barely managing to get the words out. "You said it all." She stepped out of the door and out of his life. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. 3 pints of ice cream, several long cries, and multiple offers of girls' nights out from friends she hardly ever spent time with anymore. And Alyssa was ready to face Monday at the hospital. She had resisted the urge to pick up the phone, throw every curse word she knew at Joyce Winstead, and quit. But Chase's apparent ability to drop her at a moment's notice was a source of far greater hurt. She holed herself up in her office most of Monday morning, sending professional but nevertheless snarky letters in response to several items of correspondence. She took a break around noon and went down to the hospital cafeteria for her usual Greek salad. While passing the food counter, she spied a pot pie. She grabbed it almost without thinking. The same went for a cup of chocolate pudding. Having paid for her unusual dietary choices, Alyssa found herself a booth in the corner. It was the perfect place to sit and mope in relative solitude. Nobody paid anybody else any mind in the cafeteria. It was always filled with people who had serious concerns of their own to worry about. Comfort food. Chase slid into the chair opposite hers, intruding on her solitude. Alyssa cut her eyes at him furiously. "Get out of here," she said, her voice low but filled with anger. "I don't want to talk to you." "You made that clear," he said, completely unmoved. "But we need to talk." "You didn't listen to me. Are you saying you don't want to break up with me?" "I'm saying your job is important to you, and I don't plan on letting you throw it away for a relationship that's only a few weeks old." "You said that already." "Yes, and then you stormed out of my house and refused to take my calls, but you didn't let me finish. I care about you, Alyssa, a lot, and I don't Want to break up with you, but if it comes down to a choice between seeing you succeed in your chosen career path and having you in my bed, then I choose the former. You just repeated yourself in more words, Alyssa said curtly. Go away. You're upset now, he said, his tone turning infuriatingly patronizing. But you'll... Alyssa didn't wait to hear the rest of the sentence. Her hand was already in motion, and it was the chocolate pudding. The chocolate pudding didn't remain in the cup for long. It spurted all over Chase's cheek and chest, smearing his pristine white coat with brown goo. His only response was a raised brow. For a moment, a bolt of the old excitement shot through her belly. Then she remembered. They weren't together anymore. He didn't care what she did, most likely. Chase grabbed her by the hand and all but hauled her out of the booth. More than a few glances were directed at them, but they were of little concern to either Alyssa or Chase. He hauled her out into the hall, where she kicked him in the shin. He slapped her bottom hard. What the hell are you doing? She asked the question in a harsh whisper. They were already making a scene, best not to make it a bigger one, lest the snitch responsible for telling Joyce Winstead that she was involved with Chase made another damning report. We're not in a sexual relationship, he said. But don't think for a single second. That means I'm going to stop spanking you. Let me go, Chase. You cannot have this both ways, she hissed. You cannot tell me we're not in a relationship and you're going to punish me anyway. Yes, I can, he insisted. Your boss didn't object to you having your backside tanned. Chase. Alyssa tried to keep her voice down, but with the outrage it was hard to do. He solved the problem by pulling her into an empty room and clamping his lips over hers in a kiss that made her head spin. What the? You're mine, Alyssa, he growled, his hand sliding behind her head to take her hair in a firm grasp that left no room for squirming. I don't care what our relationship status is or what you tell your boss you're mine. What? He kissed her again with possessive need that left her weak against him, then sat down and took her over his knee. She was going to be spanked hard, and she couldn't wait for it. The moment the first slap landed, she all but came on the spot. A sensation of intense relief flooded through her body, sating a need she hadn't known she had. It wasn't just Chase's romantic attention she desired. It was his discipline and his protection, too. Knowing she still had that made her feel a little better, though she was paying for that knowledge with some serious sting. The spanking was not slow to build, nor was it accompanied with a great deal of lecturing. It was nothing but the quick smacking of her bottom, the building of a fire which had been lit there many times before. She kicked and squirmed, though her struggles were not as intense as they could have been. They all served one purpose, feeling him holding her in place, taking control. She got what she wanted. He spanked her harder, his hand landing not only against her bottom, but also across her upper thighs. If it hadn't been for the skirt in the way, he probably would have spanked between them too. That was a completely juvenile act, he lectured as he spanked. As for kicking, you're lucky we're at the hospital and I don't have my brush. You even think about doing anything like that again, and I promise you won't. Sit for a week. He might not have had his brush, but his palm was sure hard enough when plied with full force. Each smack jolted Alyssa over his thighs. She was going to be feeling this punishment for a while, definitely the rest of the day. Chase was not kidding around, and he was not holding back. She had his stuff, her sleeve in her mouth, to keep from crying out as he belabored her backside with hard, fast strokes that made her bottom feel as though it had swollen 3 sizes. This was true punishment, but she'd earned every single slap, and she knew it. Throwing food in the cafeteria wasn't the sort of behavior that looked good coming from a corporate attorney, nor was kicking doctors. If Administrator Sherry had seen either incident, she probably would have terminated Alyssa's contract on the spot. Instead, Alyssa found herself on the wrong end of what was starting to feel like a very thorough thrashing. He pushed her skirt up, baring her panty-clad bottom, and started spanking harder still. It probably wasn't actually harder, but it sure felt harder with only a little scrap of fabric to protect her from the bounding of his palm. Her muffled wailing was soon joined by the drumming of her toes against the floor. It was impossible to stay still when her bottom was being punished so hard and so fast that it barely felt like part of her anymore. It felt like one big ouch receptor, pumping jolts of discipline through her body. Chase showed no signs of slowing or showing her any form of mercy. He was clearly unimpressed by her behavior, and clearly he didn't like to be kicked. She'd have to remember that for later, if there was a later if. Her bottom didn't swell up and consume the rest of her body. His spanking was catching her low on her cheeks now, every single stroke making her flesh jiggle and ache. Sitting was becoming a distant memory. She didn't know if pulling her skirt back down was going to be an option either. This was by far and away the most serious spanking she'd ever earned, and with each subsequent swat, he upped the ante, leaving her in no doubt that he was still going to enforce his rules. "You've always been a brat," he said, pausing for one brief moment. That brought no respite, for her bottom seemed to throb and ache as if it were being spanked by some phantom hand, regardless of the fact that his had stilled. "But if you think escalation is a good idea, I hope you realize there's a lot more punishment this bottom of yours can take." She whimpered the word, but it was cut off. He didn't want to hear what she had to say. He only wanted her to understand just how naughty she'd been. He pushed her panties up over her cheeks, encasing her pussy in a little pouch of fabric as he began spanking her bare bottom. The sting was almost unbearable, and she could hardly maintain her composure. She was flailing over his lap, her legs scissoring back and forth, her hips jumping and squirming with every swift slap. There seemed to be no respite in sight. In the end, it was his beeper that stopped him. That benighted buzz interrupted the closeness she craved. He paused, gave her bottom a quick rub, and stood her up on her feet, her panties still wedged up the crease of her bottom, her bright red cheeks radiating heat into the sterile surroundings. "Behave yourself," he said firmly. "Things will work out in time." "Chase, I have to go, Alyssa," he explained. "One of my patients is about to crash. We'll talk later." That said, he walked away, leaving her sore and sad. She knew it wasn't his choice to leave her like that, but the little slight was like a splinter, hitting a greater abscess of pain. How on earth was she going to be able to live working in the same hospital, being near him day after day, and never being able to know the quiet affection of his touch, let alone the pleasure of his passion? Chapter 8. Unable to face Chase and her feelings for him, Alyssa called in sick the next day and curled up with Frank, who purred through her sobs. Her phone had been ringing all morning. She would have turned the ringer off, but that was effort, and she couldn't be bothered doing anything other than lying on her couch, feeling sorry for herself. When it rang for the umpteenth time, some autonomous response seemed to kick in. She answered the call. "Alyssa." It was him. "What do you want?" "You're not at work today," he said, stating the obvious. Blair said, "You called in sick. Is something wrong?" "No," she said, "and even if it was, it wouldn't be any of your business," she snapped. "We're not together, remember? Work is more important, so why don't you go do it? I'm not going to let you quit your job just to be in a relationship with me," Chase said without bothering to say hello. "We've only known another few weeks. I know things have moved fast, but you don't quit your job for someone you only just met." Alyssa hung up on him. So what if it had only been a few weeks? She'd given her body to him. She had never planned to give that to any man without marrying him. At the time, it had seemed as though their relationship had been fated to last forever. She had never considered it wouldn't last until the end of the month. The phone rang again. She ignored it. It kept ringing until she turned it off altogether. There was a small chance Joyce Winstead might call, but there was a fair to middling chance that if she did, Alyssa would have a few choice words for her. The old which had ruined everything, as much as there was anything to ruin. Apparently she and Chase never had what she thought they had after all. She was just a few weeks fling, something to fill in the time between doting nurses, no doubt. Frank purred and patted his paws on her chest, his eyes half closed. "At least someone comes out of this happy," she sniffed, petting between his ears. She was heartbroken, embarrassed, and ashamed. Now that it was over, she wondered how she'd ever let Chase get away with everything he'd done. The spanking. She blushed at the thought of how he'd swatted and spanked, and her hand crept down between her thighs as arousal sparked in spite of her misery. It had been hot as hell. She didn't have much to compare it with, but she couldn't imagine that most people had the sex she and Chase had. She couldn't imagine most women had their bottoms spanked bright red, their pussies teased to such a state of drenched arousal that they would beg to be taken. Flicking his tail in annoyance at her movement, Frank jumped off her and went to find a more comfortable spot. Alyssa was left caressing herself over the thin veil of her panties, casting her mind over the times she and Chase had shared. She could almost feel her bottom tingling as it did once the sting from a slap settled. If only he hadn't let her go the other day. If only he'd grabbed her by the back of the neck, hauled her back into the house, and smacked her bottom, while telling her that, of course, he would never break up with her. Alyssa closed her eyes and let her fingertips swirl over her panty-clad lips as she imagined how he would have done such a thing, how easily he could have overpowered her. "You're not listening," she imagined him saying, his hand clamped firmly on the back of her neck. In her fantasy, he was standing behind her, growling in her ear. Alyssa slipped her panties to the side and pressed her fingertips over her clit, masturbating with a grinding motion as her hips gyrated against the slim pads of her fingers. They were nothing like his, didn't have his power or his heat, but it was close enough to make her body respond in much the same way. Feel-good hormones flooding her brain as she spread her lips just as he had that first time, exposing herself under her skirt. She imagined it was him, his strong hand sliding down behind her, hiking her skirt up in the rear, his fingers pressed against her lips. But he wouldn't do that for long, not without slapping her bottom several times for good measure until she gasped and danced in his grasp. "Take the skirt off," she imagined him growling. Though it was just pretend, Alyssa nevertheless obeyed the order, pushing her skirt down over her legs until she was lying on her couch in just her panties. She spread her thighs, letting the air hit her lust-swollen lips. Just as she began slipping her finger inside herself, a knock at the door startled her. She jumped as if she'd been caught doing something naughty and stared at the door. "Who is it?" "It's me, Chase." He must have left work to come and see if she was all right. She supposed the least she could do was get the door. Blushing, she grabbed the blanket from the couch and covered herself. She answered the door in a state of partial undress and aroused discombobulation to find him standing there, giving her a look more potent than any she'd imagined. "What do you want?" He almost growled the word. "You." Alyssa was forced to shuffle back as he stepped in without being asked, cupped her chin, and pressed a kiss to her lips. "What are you?" "Shoo," he said. "Talking never worked with you, so I'm not going to talk." He took the blanket and tugged it off her, leaving her standing in her pussy juice-smeared panties. Alyssa could smell herself. She was almost certain he could too. A straining ridge appeared almost instantly in his slacks, a thick harbinger of things to come. "Doesn't seem like you want to talk either," he said, drawing her in for another passionate kiss that left little room for thought and even less room for argument. She melted against him, her hands roaming his body, undoing his shirt so she could touch his bare skin and feel the connection she so craved. There was little in the way of foreplay or seduction. None was needed. Their desperation for one another made their bodies grind. Instinctively, her cloth-covered pussy rutting against the ridge of his cock as clothing was discarded. She was putty in his hands as he lifted her in his arms and draped her over the back of the couch. Her legs spread of their own accord, welcoming him in. Chase wasted no time pressing his cock inside her, sating her need for his flesh with one long hard stroke. She moaned as he sank deep inside her, filling every part of her pussy with the one thing that had become as necessary to her as air or water. He growled softly and palmed her bottom, slapping lightly to begin, then more intensely as he picked up the pace. Pinned over her couch, with his cock stroking smoothly in and out of her pussy, the notion that they weren't together seemed insane. They were joined in flesh and fluid, his cock, a part of her. He slapped her bottom over and over, making it jiggle as she moaned and whimpered. She felt his fingers brush under her pussy, tenderly stroking her clit as they gathered juices that were carried up to her bottom hole. His thumb began to press there, gently demanding entrance to both parts of her body. Lost in lust, Alyssa could deny him nothing. She relaxed and allowed him to press inside, the thick intrusion at the entrance of her bottom, enhancing the other sensations racing through her body. Her pussy lips were engorged with lust, clutching at his cock as he drove it in and out of her relentlessly, grinding her clit against the back of the couch, her bottom full, her pussy being massaged by the constant application of Chase's hard cock. She felt her orgasm building to illicit climax. They were not supposed to be doing this. This was a stolen pleasure, and it made it all the more intense. Chase, she gasped. I'm going to. He slapped her bottom with his free hand. Not yet, Alyssa growled. You don't come until I do. A little whine of complaint escaped her lips, but he backed off the speed to help her. Caught beneath his hands, her pussy was at his disposal as he slowly thrust his cock in and out with a stroke so tantalizing she really couldn't hold her orgasm anymore. I can't. I'm going to. He smacked her bottom hard. Alyssa. No. It was just enough to keep her teetering on that edge, her pulse racing, her muscles stiff, her pussy completely captured by the cock that even now was sliding almost all the way out. He fucked her with just the first couple of inches of himself, denying her the depth she needed. Panting and clutching at the couch, Alyssa was left to wait until he would allow her the orgasm she'd so naughtily tried to steal. He punished her for it with hard swats to her cheeks, making her bottom jump and jiggle. She heard a growl, felt his cock quake, and then he drove himself deep inside her, looping his free hand around to stroke her clit as he came, shooting his seed in her bare pussy in great shuddering jolts of his hips. Her climax hit her like a tidal wave, left her moaning and crying out. As every muscle in her body bore down hard, the intrusion in her bottom and the pressure against her clit combining forces with a hard cock in her pussy to send her over the edge and into a sea of tranquility more calm than she had ever known. Limp from their lovemaking, Alyssa flopped over the couch, feeling the warmth of his cum trickling out between her pussy lips. Chase picked her up in his arms and walked with her around to the front of couch, where he sat, with her on his lap, holding her close. For long minutes, they didn't say anything. Eventually, however, Alyssa's higher faculties began to return. It was then she wanted to know what the sex had meant. So, are we going to tell Joyce to fuck herself and just be together? Anyway, she looked at him hopefully, but her hopes were dashed when he shook his head. I'm not going to jeopardize everything you've worked so hard for, he said, pressing his lips to her forehead. I know what we have feels like the most important thing in the world right now, but no, Alyssa interrupted him. You can stop right there. There are no buts in this. There are always buts, Alyssa, he said. He seemed just as sad as she was, and she knew that he was only doing what he was doing because he thought it was best for her. Stupid principal jerk. Why couldn't he just be selfish? Don't think I don't care about you, he said, his thumb brushing away fresh tears as they fell. And don't think that I won't be here once we find a way around this. Right now, though, I'm not going to let you throw away your career. You can't come here, have sex with me, and then tell me we're not going to be together, she said, her anger rising. The sex is what Joyce objects to. You're saying you didn't want that? I'm saying I want to keep doing it. Damn what Joyce says. She was still naked in his arms, but that didn't stop her temper from rising. I'll quit. I'll quit, and you can't stop me. Alyssa, you will not quit. His voice was low and assertive. You can be angry at your boss, and you can be angry at me if you like, but you Will not quit, understand? Who are you to tell me that? Your doctor and your friend. Ugh, Alyssa snorted. The F word. Friend. He looked amused for a moment. You have some objection to friends? When they spend their time having sex with me and smacking me. Yeah. Look, she said, scowling furiously. Just get out, okay? It's not your choice what I do with my life. If I want to quit, I'll quit. She picked up her cell phone and swiped the screen to unlock it. Maybe I'll quit right now. You're not going to turn this into a hostage situation with your job. As the hostage, Chase informed her, plucking the phone from her hand. Give that back. Not until you settle down. I'm not going to settle down. Naked and outraged, Alyssa made a grab for her phone. He moved it out of her reach, then grabbed her by the wrist and hauled her back over to the couch where they'd made love and tugged her down over his thighs. She went kicking and cursing, not caring who heard or what happened, at least until the first hard swat landed dead, center on her bare cheeks. Alyssa yowled, but he didn't stop until he'd landed at least 9 hard smacks to the same spot, creating a nexus of heat and hurt that made her hips dance and her whole body squirm. You're upset, he growled down at her. And it's okay to be upset, but you're acting completely out of control. So, let me go. No, he said, swatting her again. This spanking isn't going to be over until I'm satisfied that you're not going to impulsively ruin your career. Because you're upset. Then you're going to be spanking me a very long time, she shot, back over her shoulder. I can do that, he replied, giving her 3 more swats to that same spot right in the middle of her cheeks, low on her bottom. If he kept that up, sitting was going to get very difficult. She squirmed and swore again. This isn't fair. If we're not going to be together, then you shouldn't be here. You shouldn't be spanking me. I care about you, whether or not we're currently sleeping together, he informed her. And given that my semen is still dripping out of your hot little pussy, I think I've every right. His words sparked arousal, which blended queerly with anger and sadness. What the heck was Chase playing at? You know what? She looked over her shoulder again. You're full of it. You're not going to stop sleeping with me. It's not going to be easy, he admitted, but I won't let you forfeit your career. Yeah, I'm sure Joyce doesn't mind me having sex with the clients. As long as we say we're not together, Alyssa said sarcastically. It's okay. Joyce, she mimicked herself saying. It's not an inappropriate relationship. I'm just his fuck toy. I'm making sure you understand I'm still here, he said, ignoring her scathing sarcasm. I'm not just going to cut you off cold and leave you to whatever destructive tendency first comes to mind. Oh, but you are leaving? He gave her another solid swat. Nobody is going anywhere. But you, and are going to cool things until such time as it no longer puts you at risk of losing your job. She couldn't contain herself anymore. It was over. Joyce had ruined it. And even though they just had sex, things would probably never be the same again. Tears began flooding from Alyssa's eyes as a sad sob racked her body. Chase stopped spanking her immediately, pulled her up and into his arms, and held her close. I'm sorry this hurts, he said. I wish we didn't have to make this decision. We don't, Alyssa said. I could just quit. No, you can't, he said. It's sweet that you want to, but you'd regret it if I let you. Maybe not now, maybe not next week, but eventually you would. Alyssa didn't know if he was right or not. All she knew was that she was losing something better than anything she'd ever dreamed of. I'm not going to go anywhere, he reassured her just as his beeper hummed. He checked it with a frown. I'm not going anywhere, repeated, but I do have a consult in 30 minutes. Promise you won't do anything silly in the meantime. Alyssa nodded, biting her lower lip to hide a smile. Chase wanted to do the right thing by her, but he wanted sex more. Really, they wanted the same thing. All he needed was a little encouragement. She had a plan. A campaign of mischief, nuisance, and seduction. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The first stage of the plan went into effect shortly after midnight the next evening. Alyssa left her apartment with some water-soluble paint and a plan in mind. Chase always parked his car outside his garage, which left the vehicle vulnerable to passersby. Of course, in his neighborhood, the worst a passerby might do ordinarily was give a quick shine. That was not Alyssa's plan. Giggling to herself, Alyssa drew a large, not entirely anatomically, incorrect bottom on the windshield in bright pink. It was not the most mature of pranks, but pranks never were mature. The porch light went on, forcing her to abandon her artistic pursuits somewhat early on in the piece, but the large pink bottom remained on Chase's windshield, glowing by the light of the moon as Alyssa beat a quick retreat. The thrill of the prank lasted all the way through to the next day. It was enough to give her the energy to dry her eyes, put on her makeup, and go to work as usual. Blair Sherry was particularly glad to see her. There was always work to be done, and Alyssa had quickly become her preferred source of legal counsel. Unfortunately for Dr. Sherry, the files she handed over had to wait. Someone else summoned Alyssa bright and early, someone handsome with a dark tone of displeasure that made her bite her lip to hide a giggle. The call came in at 9:05 a.m. The message was curt. "Ms. Winters, I need to see you in my office now." Alyssa smiled to herself as the line went dead, then made her way to Chase's office, making sure to take her laptop with her so any curious work fellows would know it was a business matter they were discussing and not something inappropriate that needed to be discussed with Joyce Winstead. Chase was sitting behind his desk when she entered the room. She saw his eyes get wide as he looked at her. She wasn't wearing her usual business attire. She was wearing a tight striped pencil skirt that stopped 2 inches shy of her knees and a blouse that oddly didn't have a button right, where there would have needed to be one in order for her cleavage not to show. "What are you wearing?" "Clothes," she shrugged. "Is there some legal matter I can advise you on?" "Liability, perhaps." "I take it you're responsible for vandalizing my car," he said, standing up and putting his hands on his hips. He really did have the lecture perfected. The way his left brow raised ever so slightly, the way his eyes locked on her, with serious intent to let her know he was definitely not impressed. "You told me there were always buts, remember?" She smirked. "About the same time you were telling me what was best for me. Remember, I also told you I'm going to keep spanking that, but of yours whenever you deserve it." "Oh no." Alyssa feigned horror. "Please don't spank me, doctor." "Anything but that." His eyes narrowed at her. "Of course you want a spanking," he purred. "You probably need one too. It's been, all of 2 days since you last had your bottom warmed. It's probably not safe to spank me," she said. "Who knows what else it might lead to?" She gave him a cocky, cheeky smile, which only served to darken his expression. "It took me half an hour to scrub that paint off," he said. "I'm not amused. I had to change my shirt." "The hardships you have to deal with," she said unsympathetically. "If you're trying to brat your way into trouble, you've succeeded," he said sternly. "Bend over my desk, please." Oh no. No way was she meekly going to obey him. If he wanted to spank her, he was going to have to touch her, manhandle her, feel the physical passion between them. She gave him a defiant look, her chin held high. "I see," he said, standing. The simple action sent a ripple of excitement through Alyssa. He was so masterful in every way. Even now, as he crossed the room, a simple walk was like seduction in and of itself. He took her by the arm and turned her slightly so her bottom was vulnerable to the quick, snapping slap of his palm. She yelped as the hot swat landed with enough pressure to send her up onto her toes. He repeated the action, and it was lucky he had a hold of her, for otherwise she probably would have ended up jumping into his desk. She was learning something new about Chase, that he had a palm of iron and an arm of, some substance beyond human technology. Whatever it was, it had her bottom throbbing after just 2 swats. "That really hurts." She tried to put her hand back to cover her bottom, but he swatted that away too. "Good," he said. "It's supposed to. Might teach you not to resort to juvenile pranks instead of dealing with your problems head on." "Easy for you to say," she snapped back. "You deal with them, but first." "I deal with your butt first," he replied, swatting her backside again. "Chase." A woman's voice interrupted the punishment. "Not just any woman either, Administrator Sherry." With a gasp of horror, Alyssa sprang away from Chase and turned to See the woman herself, standing in all her perfectly coiffed glory. She had probably seen everything, if not everything, enough to draw a well-informed conclusion. "Alyssa," she said coolly, "can I see you in my office, please?" Her tone and expression were hard to read. Both were coolly professional, but the words were enough to make Alyssa feel as though someone had driven an icy spike of dread in her chest. "Sure," she said, straightening her skirt more out of reflex than intention. "Is now a good time?" "Now would be good." Alyssa didn't bother looking back at Chase. There was nothing he could say anyway. He'd been strangely silent since Dr. Sherry's interruption. Maybe he was hoping if he said nothing and stayed still she wouldn't be able to see him. Maybe he'd mistaken her for a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Trying not to giggle hysterically at her own panicked thoughts, Alyssa trailed behind Blair Sherry as they went back to her office. She was both nervous and tired of being hauled into offices and raked over the coals. Lord only knew what Blair Sherry was going to have to say about things. "Take a seat." Alyssa followed Blair's instructions, seating herself somewhat gingerly, glad for the patting on the chair. Chase's spanking had given her a lingering ache that made sitting a lot less desirable than it otherwise would have been. Blair sat behind her desk and gave her a brief, professional smile. "I'll get straight to the point. You've clearly been having a difficult time lately," Blair said, her elegant fingers laced together. "You've seemed distracted at times, and though it has resulted in an obvious decline in the quality of your work, it's obvious that personal problems are affecting your work life." "What you saw," Alyssa tried to explain. "It really wasn't." She trailed off as Blair held up her hand in an unmistakable gesture. She didn't want to hear it. Alyssa fell silent and braced herself. Blair Sherry was well within her rights to terminate the contract with Winstead and Heath and get rid of her. It would be the work of a minute to do so. That wasn't going to sit well with Joyce and would likely be the final nail in the coffin of her career. Holding her head high, Alyssa prepared to take the final blow. The least she could do was not make a fool of herself while she was being fired. Blair fixed Alyssa with a mercilessly businesslike look. "It has become obvious to me that our current arrangement does not suit either of our needs." Trying to maintain her composure, Alyssa simply nodded. She couldn't risk speaking, lest she break into very unprofessional tears. It was really happening. She'd blown her one chance. From here on out it would be second-rate law firms if she was lucky. If she wasn't, she might have to start giving Hector Bluth a run for his ambulance-chasing cases. "That's why I've decided." Alyssa closed her eyes briefly. "God, it was really happening. To offer you direct employment at Memorial General as head of our legal department." Her eyes flew open in surprise. "Head?" Alyssa couldn't believe what she was hearing. She was the only dedicated lawyer. That much was true, but head of legal was a definite promotion from associate at Winstead and Heath. "Are there any conditions?" "Only that you date Dr. Wright for the duration of employment." Blair winked, letting Alyssa know it was a joke. "I heard that Winstead and Heath asked you to cease your relationship," she said. "Here we only ask that you report it to Human Resources. Workplace relationships are fairly common. If we didn't allow them, I can't imagine the state our staff would be in." "I thank you," Alyssa said. "I'd be honored to take the position." "Remuneration-wise, I've decided to keep the budget static," Blair said, "which means you'll be receiving the full amount we were paying to your firm as salary. I imagine it will be a significant increase." Thank you," Alyssa said again. Her eloquence dissolved in her gratitude. She could barely contain her excitement as she covered her mouth with her hands and blinked tears of relief away. "I'm glad," Blair said, standing and shaking her hand. "It's going to be wonderful having you for our own. If you don't mind, there's someone who demanded to be the first to congratulate you." She opened the door adjacent to her office, and in walked Chase, beaming from ear to ear. He crossed the room, took her in his arms, and pressed a passionate kiss to her lips. "You did this," she said in happy accusation. "You?" "I mentioned to Blair that we were at risk of losing our star lawyer, too." A prude from the dark ages, he said. You earned this. You've always deserved better, Alyssa. I'll let you two have your moment, Blair said, picking up a file from her desk. Alyssa, you and I will go over your extended duties later. She left the room, allowing Alyssa the chance to give full voice to the emotion that had been building up not just for minutes, but for weeks. She collapsed against Chase, crying tears of pure happiness. I told you I'd take care of this, he said, holding her close. You're mine, Alyssa. You'll always be mine, and I'll always look after you. That includes getting you out from under the thumb of tyrannical bosses who do nothing but make you miserable. I never thought Blair would want to employ me directly. Alyssa sniffed. I know you didn't, he said, because you don't realize just how talented you really are. You're a catch, Alyssa. You're far too good to be anyone's lackey, except yours. Oh, you're not my lackey, he said, kissing her. You're the love of my life. For the second time, Alyssa felt tears rushing down her face. He loved her just as she loved him. They didn't have to pretend otherwise anymore, and they didn't have to hold back from one another either. Cuddling her close, Chase let her cry herself out again. I love you too, she sniffed into his shirt. I'm sorry I didn't trust. You didn't trust me? Didn't listen to me? More like it, he said, trying to sound stern but failing. He was just as happy and relieved as she was, just as excited by what the future might hold for their love. Don't worry, I'll take it. Out on your bottom later. She glanced up at him, saw his smile, and knew that he was teasing. There would probably be spankings later. There always were with Chase. If you can make me take them, she said impishly. Maybe I'll be naughty now that I don't have to worry about being fired. You were naughty before you thought you were going to be fired. Heck, you were naughty before you even knew you were employed. He reminded her with a swift slap to her bottom. You're a difficult patient, miss. Alyssa, but I've always been good with difficult patients. As he captured her mouth in a kiss that left no room for smart talk or getting into trouble, Alyssa couldn't help but agree. Now, he said, breaking the kiss, about that spanking. Not here, she said. Not in Blair's office. Oh, I've had a word about this with Blair, too. Anytime you need discipline, we're more than welcome to take care of matters here. That's not true. Let me prove it to you, he said, taking her by the hand. He propped his foot up on an ottoman and bent her summarily over his thigh before, smacking her bottom very soundly. Alyssa was left to yelp and squeal and clutch at his leg for balance while her cheeks once more bore the consequences of her actions. The end.